I'm on the bicycle, go.
So see, the top of this camera has a wide, so basically, this is what, this, go out, zoom in. So you just turn it like that. Well, when, yeah, what I'm saying,
have been on the inside. So, yeah, yeah, it was on, I think it was on Wednesday night. I was still in trial, so, you know, I missed it. But I will be up there the next meeting, when it's coming this week.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I stand before you today representing Power of the People, POPs First, an organization built on unwavering pillars of justice, equality, and fairness. We believe that the American dream begins when we exercise our constitutional powers. And we are here to ensure that every voice is not only heard, but becomes an immediate force of natural process. Economic opportunities. We are expanding access for underserved politicians by collectively small business partnerships. Civic safety. We collaborate with officials to reduce crime through direct civic engagement and accountability workshops. Urban revitalization. We are committed to rehabilitating blighted areas and turning them into vibrant, functional community assets. Our objective is clear: to educate and mobilize the public to exercise their collective power at the ballot box by establishing a unity voting bloc. We empower our members to support candidates who campaign or stand values, or shared values. We leverage the power of collective action to transform political promises into tangible results. We are inclusive of all Americans, regardless of background or location. We believe that shared knowledge and constitutional unity are the keys to securing the essential resources our communities need. Together we lobby, petition, and mobilize to reshape our nation, one election cycle at a time. Our leadership, including myself, Dion Rigonil, our Vice President, Justin Counts, and our Chairman, Blake Lindsay, is dedicated to working as a collective body to earn your trust through impartial action and mutual respect. As our motto states, it's our duty to be the bridge that ushers the progress of all Americans alike. We exist solely for you. Let's transform and share goals into a national impact together. Thank you. And I also would like to add, that it's important for our communities to come together and put people in office that's going to take care of business. We already have some officials that's in office now. We got a new mayor that comes up with great opportunities for the community, to curb the violence in our community, to stop the things that's going on within our communities amongst our young children, especially gun violence. Just recently we had a lot of issues with individuals leaving their children in the car with the gun, leaving the gun on the dresser. Those are things that young adults need to be informed on if you're gonna have a firearm. Ones need to know exactly how to secure that firearm and what to use that firearm for. Nowadays we got our children, our young youth, 21 years old, 22 years old, walking around the city with license to carry a firearm because they'll have a felony or none of that nature, but they license to carry a firearm and they're using that firearm as a form of, it may be protection, or it may be, if they get into an argument with somebody, they're not ready to go. They're not ready to throw the hands, as we used to say. They're ready to pull the gun out. They're ready to end it right there. And that causes a lot of trauma within the person that catches the bullet, family, and also the person that's shooting the gun, because guess what? Now this person's in our correctional system. So we need to focus on our youth. So today we're gonna have a few speakers come up and give their viewpoints on the power of influence, the influence that they have and the power they have in our communities abroad. We also have on Zoom We have a connection with Ben Harbor as well as Jackson. They participate in this town hall as well, and the locations where they're at, they're having their town hall as well at that location. So if you see people on the Zoom, those are the people that's participating from Jackson and Ben Harbor, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Flint. So we're building a connection with certain areas of Michigan to build this voters block so we could put the people in office that need to be in office to take care of our business. So our first speaker will be Rebecca Limbaugh. Let me give you a little bit about this magnificent woman. Rebecca grew up in undeserved communities in Detroit and Highland Park, where opportunities were scarce. Yet she saw reliance and strength. As a young girl, Rebecca made a vow that if she ever had the chance, she would come back and give back. She kept her promise and has dedicated more than 25 years to advocating for youth and families, in Detroit particularly, those impacted by foster care and juvenile justice system. She is committed to helping young people reach their full potential, regardless of their circumstances. Rebecca holds a bachelor's degree in social work from Wayne County State University, a master's in counseling from Spring Arbor University, with expensive to youth advocacy, childhood trauma, program development, and mental health. She served as a adjunct professor at Spring Arbor University for 13 years and is certified therapeutic crisis intervention instructor through Cornell University. She is also certified in mental health, first aid, holds a diversity, equality, and inclusion certificate through Cornell University, and is certified first aid instructor through the American Health and Safety Institution. Rebecca is the founder and CEO of Real Talk Counseling, a counseling LLC, and serves on the City of Detroit's Youth Engagement Task Force Board and other committees, boards focused on youth advocacy, mental health, and justice reform. Rebecca has been with Hope Legates Detroit, former Boys Hope, Girls Hope of Director for 13 years, serving 8 years as program director before becoming executive director. She received an inaugural Transcript of the Year Award in 2013, the inaugural National Hero of Hope Award in 2018, and the inaugural Community Advocates Award in 2026. She lives by the belief, if you're going to leave behind a legacy, make an impact on the world that can never be erased. Maya Angelou. So now I present to you Miss Rebecca Limbaugh.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. How you doing today? Man, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm just going to speak from the heart today, and just listening to my bio and thinking about like where I grew up, how I grew up, and how opportunities, man, are always so scarce. They're always scarce, but I think it's so important for us to pour into our young people. Our young people are the future of our society, right? And if we don't pour into them now, no one is going to do it. I have spent, like my bio says, almost 3 decades on boots on the ground, restraining kids, loving kids, guiding kids. I just left an event with kids because you do not know what these young people need unless you're talking to them, you're listening to them. And in the programs that I run today, everything is about youth voice. We know what we want young people to have, but do we really actually listen to what they need and want from us? So once we pour into our young people, we lead them and we guide them. All I needed when I was growing up in the city of Detroit was somebody to see my potential, right? And sometimes when you grow up in these communities and all you see is drugs and violence and negativity, you don't see a way out. You just see your future being in that Pacific environment. But what I learned how to do and what I found was important for me was when people exposed me outside of that community. That's the program, that's the life I've led for the young people that I work with today. My hope is that they can become the best version of themselves. And the only way they can become the best version of themselves is if we help remove the barriers that allow them, prevent them from being successful. Trauma, crime, hatred for one another and themselves, lack of self-esteem, lack of love. So what we do is we bring those young people into our program, Hope Ignites Detroit. If you want to find out more about it, I'll make sure you have that. But we find these young people who are capable and motivated, such as I was growing up, and we grab a hold of them and we lead them through every life changes that they might have so that they can be the best version of themselves. Trauma is huge in our community. Trauma is huge in every community. But what we learn how to do is mask it. Most young people mask trauma through behavior. If you're hurting and you can't identify your feelings, then you're gonna act them out, right? And then the next thing you're trying to figure out is, why is this kid acting this way? Why is this adult acting this way? Well, it's unresolved trauma. So the first thing we have to do is identify where people are hurting and try to find a way to navigate them to the resources. When I was growing up, I didn't even know the resources available to me. A lot of young people and families today do not know the resources that are available to them. So they're still navigating around their environment with blinders on. You can have tons of resources, but if I don't have access to them, they're not going to help me, right? So I think it's important for us to go into the community, something I've done for almost 30 years, gone into the community, talk to parents, talk to young people, what do you need, and then bring those resources into the community. Make sure these young people are feeling heard. Make sure they're feeling loved. Make sure they're feeling supported. When you do that, I promise you, you are changing a life. I can't think of how many kids, in my 9 years working in juvenile justice system, how many kids were able to come out of that system and say, thank you, Miss Rebecca. I don't even remember them half of the time, right? Foster care, mental health, abuse. Thank you, Miss Rebecca. Thank you, Miss Rebecca and her team, just for planting a little seed. Sometimes you just need to plant a seed, and that seed can grow. So I just urge you that while we also have to support each other as adults, because we have to be healthy in order to pour into our children, our children's children, our families. So make sure that we are focusing on our mental health, finding ways to make sure you're okay, reaching out to people. Therapy isn't a bad word in the Black community. As a therapist, I had to literally try to change the way I explained what therapy was to young people in the Black community. I'm not crazy. It doesn't mean you're crazy. It just means that you take all your pain and give it to me, right? We're going to try to figure out a way to put it in some box so you can navigate your life through your pain, because you can't get rid of it, right? You're not going to get rid of your trauma. You're not going to get rid of anything that ever happened to you. But what you can do is to find a way to manage it and make it livable and have these coping skills that can help you make it through. So we have to be healthy so we can pour into our young people so that they could be better able to build a stronger community for their children. So that is what I've done all of my life. That is what I continue to do. I was telling some young people today, I'll be in a wheelchair 90 and you could just wheel me around the community, right? Because it's a passion, it's a dream, it's a desire, but when it takes a village, it takes a village. It truly takes a village. And when I'm working with families and parents who's saying, thank you, it took you, Miss Rebecca, it took your team, it took my family, it took a community to wrap our arms around these young people and show them a better tomorrow. It does take all of us, but we have to support each other so we can support the community. So I think that's all for me. Thank you guys for listening to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Limbaugh. And And what she said, man, we need to go back to having our big mamas. You know, our big mamas used to be around and they could be on the block. And I know it's some big mamas on the blocks out here in the city of Detroit. You know, our big mamas used to say to other children that they not even their children, you know, you shouldn't be out here doing that. You shouldn't be doing this and doing that. And that works. So we had to continue to engage each other in our communities. Right quick, forgive me for this, man, because I am a spiritual individual. I would like to bring up our spiritual advisor here at Godland Unity to get grounded. But I was already grounded when I got up here, so for us to all get grounded. So I'd like to bring up Miss Melanie, our spiritual advisor.
What up, though? From those who know me from the neighborhood as Melly Mel. Hello, Detroit. Hello. From those who know me as a therapist in my professional work. And welcome. So glad you're here. This space is much sweeter just having you near. That's from Reverend Melanie. Amen. Amen. So I just want to take a moment for us to get grounded. Let's just take a moment. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable. Open your hearts. Open your minds. I've heard that it is the worst of times. Illness, inflation, food insecurities, and war. I've also heard it is the best of times. Babies are being born, new jobs, new homes, shifts in consciousness. But I say it is the only time to get it right. Right now is the time to get your hearts, minds, and souls grounded in grace, mounted in mercy, poised in peace, lathered in love. Right now, we will remember and affirm, I am the thinker who thinks the thoughts that changes the things that shape my life. Right now, we will affirm that thoughts held in mind produce after their kind. So envy, competition, doubt, and fear, be on alert. Love, joy, peace, and calm are in the temple. Amen? Amen. This is the moment right now to be the change that you want to see in this world. It is so, and so it is. Just going to tell you a little bit about unity, a little bit about Godland. We are here to prayerfully practice the teachings of Jesus Christ, right? Through the study and practice of truth principles. We have 5 principles here. That is that God is all good everywhere, everywhere, in everything, no matter what it looks like. The other is I am naturally good because God's divinity is in me and is in you too. Even the person who gets on that last nerve you have and tap dance on it. Same God in you, same God in them. The other one is I choose my experiences by what I choose to feel, think, and believe. Through prayer and meditation, I connect with the God of my being and bring out the good in my life. And last, I do and give my best by living the truth that I know. So Godland is open on Sunday mornings. We love to have you come in and pray with us. We do a conference call where we talk about some things that are going on. We have a daily word that we focus on every day. Right now, during this Lenten season, we're working on release and imagining. Let go of that stuff that was. If it don't serve you no more, let go of it. And reimagine what you want this stuff to look like. Amen? I done took y'all to church because that's what we are. We have a season ministry at the end of the month. We have, we're on Facebook and YouTube, so you can look us up there. We have our principal book, and it's called Lessons in Truth. That's kind of how you get started in this thing. So just take a moment if you can. Don't listen to, I don't like when folk leave and say, well, the preacher said, the pastor said. I want to know what God said to you and how you get to say it. It don't matter what I say. Don't matter any of that. So I want you to make sure that you take some time and you learn and study this for yourself. Miss Rebecca, you are absolutely amazing. I'm also a licensed professional therapist, been this forever, love that thing. Yeah, we tell folk this ain't because you crazy or nothing else, because we all got a little of that in us. It doesn't matter. But let's work on how we can make things, how we can change it, right? Yeah, we want a new this and we want a new different, because that old stuff ain't been working. Amen. So thank you for coming. Your voices mean everything. It means everything that you're sitting in this space right now, you could be anywhere, because listen here, I turned 56 yesterday, y'all, so I was like, let me tell y'all something. I'm gonna do this for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna go back out and go play, y'all. Be blessed and take care.
Thank you. Thank you for that grounding. It was well deserved and well received. Next up, we have a dynamic panel. Let me just tell y'all that. We got a dynamic program today for those that's on the Zoom, for those that's in YouTube, and for those that's on Facebook, and for those that's watching on other people's devices through their platforms. We have a dynamic program today. So I encourage one to just stay with us. I have to go into my give me a second. Well, our next speaker gonna come up is gonna be Miss Dion Freeman Bay. Dion M. Freeman Bay is a community advocate, wellness practitioner, and former corporate professional whose work bridges communities, empowerment, public health, and education. She is the founder of the Intentive Yoga program, where she serves as an instructor focused on promoting physical and mental well-being in the community. Her commitment to civil engagement and public health is reflected in her work with organizations such as Michigan United, Michigan People's Campaign, where she helped educate residents on consumer energy issues, and Voices for Vaccines, where she supported COVID-19 vaccine awareness efforts. She has also contributed to community health research as research assistant with the University of Michigan Department of Public Health. Dion has actively involved in community outreach incentives, including serving as a census community liaison and a volunteering with the Neighborhood Engagement Hub to support associate census participation. She has also worked with Flint Community Schools as a substitute teacher, supporting students from kindergarten through 12th grade. She is actively involved with Nation Outside of Flint prior to her community-focused work. Dion held professional role in manufacturing, marketing, and customer service with organizations including DMB Technologies, Delphi Automotive Systems, and General Motors. Dion earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Physical Form of University of Michigan and is both a licensed yoga instructor and licensed massage therapist and cancer survivor, and advocates for health awareness. She continues to lead incentives that promote wellness, reliance, and community empowerment. Could y'all put your hands together for Ms. Dion Freeman Bay?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this important conversation. It's truly an honor to sit with community members, leaders, and residents who care deeply about the future of our neighborhoods. My work is always centered around people, supporting wellness, building stronger communities, and helping individuals feel seen, heard, and valued. Through my experience in both corporate and community advocacy, I've learned that real change happens when we bring people together and create a space for honest dialogue. For me, community, safety, opportunity, and engagement all starts with a connection. When neighbors know one another, when families feel supported, and when residents feel their voices being heard or matter, we begin to build a sense of community that many of us remember and want to see again. Strong communities are not built by institutions alone. They are built by people who are willing to show up, listen, and work together. I also believe wellness plays a role in how we strengthen our communities. Physical health and mental well-being and a sense of purpose are all connected to how people show up in their families, their schools, and their neighborhoods. When we support a whole person, we create stronger individuals and stronger communities. Today is an opportunity for us to listen to one another, share perspectives, and think about solutions that will help our community grow in a positive direction. No single person or organization has all the answers, but together we can move closer to the kind of community we all want to live in, one that's safe, supportive, and full of opportunity for everyone. I had that written statement down, and before we started the workshop or the panel discussion, I was talking to Miss Rebecca, and I'm gonna hit the nail on the head and pick up right where she left off. We must build our youth. We must listen to our youth. We must include our youth in decision-making. Not only do we need to include them, we need to encourage them to take active roles in leadership. Just here today, we're talking about future planning and influence. We talked about Big Mama, who was down the neighborhood, who looked out for all the children on the street. Big Mama don't exist no more. We're barely able to go and knock on our neighbor's door and say, hey, I'm Dion, who are you? I'm your neighbor. We don't have that anymore. In order for our trajectory to change, we have to change the way that we're going about doing things. And I stand here to go against the grain. I stand here to say we need to do things differently than the way we've been doing them for the past 20, 30 or more years. If we're doing the same old thing and we're getting the same old results, that's called insanity. So we're still in these patterns of doing these same old things, having these same old programs, having these same old people come up and talk to us without seeing real change take place. Why is that? We're comfortable. We're comfortable in our lives. We're comfortable in our homes with our food and our shelter and our clothes and our jewelry and our cars, our access to things. When is it going to be about somebody else? Our leadership, and I live in the city of Flint, and I'm running for city council. People are asking me, why am I stepping up to run? Because it's time for change. Not just change by word of mouth, change through action. Change in showing up, change in hearing and working with people one-on-one in community dialogue and problems. As we were talking about the youth, a lot of times, and we do this to everybody, leaders in society, we create these programs and we say, here, this is what you need. No, this is what we want for you. But is that really what the person needs? We just had another good program. We had another free lunch. We pat them on the back and said they did a good job, and we go back home to our same conditions and issues until we come out for the next workshop or the next program. So one of the things that I'm suggesting is definitely when we're focusing on our children, we still can't forget our seniors. Our seniors need to have that comfort level where they can come out onto the porches like they used to do when I was growing up. They grew their gardens, they were out in the yard planting flowers. You would see your neighbors outside in the community, so you could say hi, you could get to know one another. You can provide support for each other. You know you had a trusted person on the block that you could rely on. We've lost our sense of community. We've lost our sense of connectedness through computer systems and technology and TV and programs. We don't come out and dialogue and talk with each other anymore. So part of the motto of what I'm speaking on is community connection, making sure we provide those opportunities to give our children exposure to other levels of opportunity. not forgetting our senior citizens, because they still have an active role in our community. Their active role now is to share wisdom, and our active role is to listen and protect them and to be guided by them. I'm 55, and from the generation of when I grew up till now, I see a big gap. There is no bridging of our elders to our 50, 60-year-olds, to our 25, 30-year-olds. There's gaps all around the way. There was no bridging. There was no coming along. There was no bringing the person behind you along. And we can see that in government leadership as well. You got the old guard stuck in being the old guard because they didn't bring anybody up behind them to take on the new role. So when it's time for the old guard to change, God bless all that's worked hard in the service of our community, they die off and nobody's there. We've got to change that. We can't depend on government to fix our problems. We have to depend on us. And I have a saying is, just do your part. I have influence in my neighborhood, on my street. You have neighborhood influence on your street. We all have influence in our workplaces. We all have influence when we meet that stranger on the street who sometimes maybe just needed you to smile at them and acknowledge that they're a human being in this cruel world. Hi, how you doing? The simple courtesies of life, the simple kindness of life, the simple things that each one of us can do. It don't take you to have a lot of money. You don't need no money to be kind to nobody. You don't need no money to give nobody a hug, love, or acknowledgement that they exist. So my thing is about bringing community back together again, making sure we have those opportunities to guide our youth into leadership, and providing structures and support systems where if we see a problem with the child, we know that the child has a household and there's probably a problem in the household as well, as sis talked about trauma. We have to be a holistic community. We can't just say, I'm gonna help that child, because when you take that child and help that child and send them back to that community has more influence probably on that child than that one-on-one that you had with them. So let's move forward and be real community. Let's move forward and step up and be our neighbor's keeper. When we out in public, let's do a kindness and a service. You see somebody struggling to pay some groceries, pay it for them. That's what real leadership is about. It's on the ground, one-on-one level. Because once we get these titles and positions, if we forget about the people, then we are still a lost cause. So I think that's all I want to share for now until we get to the panel discussion. And appreciate you all listening.
Thank you. Now, I just had my phone. See, that's what old age gets you. When you start getting up in age, you start putting stuff down, setting stuff down, and not remembering where you put it at. So, I'm gonna bring forth our next speaker. I wanted to bring the women up first, but I'm gonna bring our next woman speaker up after I bring this male speaker up, because the bio is on my phone and I just had it. And y'all know how that go. Okay. Our next speaker that's going to come up and speak about the power of influence and the influence that they have within their communities is Minister Fuqua Bey. That might be my phone. No, that ain't my jacket.
It's over here. So, oh, is this yours?
No, my brother we gonna bring the sister up. We're gonna bring the sister up. My brother just called it. So when he get it to me, I'll get it. And we'll bring up our next sister. Let me read your bio first, bro, so you can have a seat and then we can put it present. Minister Fuqua Bey is a community leader and the Grand Sheikh and Divine Minister of the Moorish Science Temple of America, number 25 in Detroit, Michigan. He is best known for his long-standing extensive community service efforts on Detroit's West Side, particularly in addressing food insecurities. His work and background, community service and food pantry for over 20 years, Minister Bey has led the Moorish Blessed Hands Food Pantry on Detroit's west side, near Wyoming and Puritan, providing blessings in a bag containing fresh produce and essential food items to local residents. During the COVID-19 pandemic, his operation provided up to 2,500 meals a week. That's a lot of food, y'all. And 2,500 distributing food a week. That's what Jesus did. That's a Jesus move right there. Meals a week to the community. Broader interventions. Beyond the food pantry, Minister Bey has organized efforts to provide free water to Flint, Michigan during the water crisis, as well as holding coat drives and distributing school supplies. He operates in an area described as food deserts. And we have a lot of food deserts here in Detroit. You know, some of the places where he go is, if you ever go down to the bus station where those individuals are down there, and that's a food desert. They don't have, most of those people down there are not in homes, so they wandering around there. But for him to go down there with the brothers and feed those sisters and brothers, and I'm not just talking about sandwiches in a bag. I'm talking about chili. I'm talking about food, cooked food, not just something he gonna give you in a bag. Distributes food. Focusing on assisting low-income residents, youth, and the elderly. He is described as the biblical leader focused on the liberation and betterment of his people through direct action and support. So please welcome Minister Fuqua Bey.
Okay. Thank you for that nice introduction. As you were going over that, I was just there thinking about, yep, I did some of that. Yep, I did some of that too. Yep, I did some of that too. Yep, I did some of that. But when we talk about over 30 years of service in the community, you know, you have to be heartfelt. And I tell people a lot of time, this before they was giving away bags of money. Government giving away bags of money now. It was way before that. You ain't had no bag of money to be helping somebody with. You got that strictly, as we say, out the mud. You got that strictly out the communities and what you were a part of because people accepted you as being a deliverer of what you said. And ever since that I was a young fella, I had a passion for people and to help those that I have been a little less fortunate than myself. And through that process and just being consistent in people, seeing that you were actually gonna deliver what you say you was gonna deliver, they came up with ways and means to help you to do just that. Not only had we worked with the food pantry, but we worked with children, and we had a program that we gave away hats and gloves to probably over 10,000 children in maybe a 10-year period of time, because that was an annual thing that we did. We would single out schools in the city of Detroit. We noticed through the wintertime that hats and gloves got away from young people. We see them, they going, you know, I guess I was one of them too, thought I was somewhat invincible, you know, no hat on your head, sniffling, got that Vaseline on your face, but it only could hold back so much. But they lose their gloves and so forth. We say, you know what? Let's come up with giving away some hats and gloves and actually speaking to our young people. So we singled out some elementary schools, and we went from probably like first grade up to I think about third or fourth grade throughout the city, randomly giving away hats and gloves and letting the young people know that, you know, we actually cared about them and people cared about them, the people they didn't even know. And I even saw years later, it was a school called Sherrard over here off of, in the Schoolcraft area, I think that was, or Dawson Elementary, it was so many of them. And I seen a couple of they call them mentees or people that you mentored. I didn't consider that. I just consider that talking to young people. They come up with fancy names for people in these days and time. But I seen one of the young men. He said, "Minister Bay." Now he probably about 300 pounds, but I could tell he was getting up there. He probably about in the second or third grade. He probably was a hefty 200. So he said, I knew he was Minister Bay. He's probably about 20-something years old now. Man, I remember when you used to come up to the school all the time. And he was out actually in the field doing some community service work. And he was real elated about seeing me and know, you still doing this. I'm doing it too. So, that was encouraging to me that when you do something, you don't know who's paying attention to what you're doing. You ain't always got to come with a message, y'all do this and y'all do that, but it's by way of your actions that people pay attention to. People are action-orientated in different communities doing things to help better the community and reflect on when you was a boy, when you was a little girl in the community. I know one sister, she was giving away hairdos, doing people's hair. Why? Because when she was a little girl, they used to pick on her about having nappy head. So they don't do that no more. When I came up, you had nappy head young girls, and they can bow that hair now, it's nice and straight, But when I came up, you had nappy head young girls, and I distinctly remember you go from the back of their neck with that hot straightening comb. They had a black mark come across the back of that neck, and they was always hunching down. Straightening comb hit them on that ear, But their mama was dedicated, even that she had to use some Crisco in that hair to get that hair straight out. Nice and straighten that bad boy out. I watched it go down in many a days. I was like, oh yeah, they getting to it. And then put some curls in it, make it look nice, give them a little bit more self-confidence, but they be outside, young girls used to run the streets like young boys back then. They was playing tag and, chasing the ball. They sweat that stuff out, they sweat it right back on to nappy head land, but Mamas was on it though. Mama's I'm gonna get you right, baby. I'm gonna get you right. I said, yeah, get them right, mama. But today, it's a different day and time. All you need is a couple dollars. Go to the local beauty supply, get you some of that. We used to call it horsehair at one time. Put that. They had a quick ponytail you put on that back of that head. Ramsey over on 6 Mile, where we had a restaurant at across from them, and they give them they go in there, plain head, they come out and they swinging that I Dream of Genie around their head. Hey, them was the times. Them was the times. And people remembered that. Like, man, I can do that. I can give them, I can help, improve their day. So sometimes they have with these hood makeovers, and they come out and they would do their nails and, give them a quick ponytail or something like that, But see, that's what community is about. Us being reflective. Some of them things brought us a little bit of trauma, whether we knew it or not. Some people, I ain't like to be talked about, holes in your pants and holes in your shoes. I was somewhere yesterday and I was with somebody. They said they flooding. I hadn't heard that term in a long time. Oh, look at them, they flooding now. I said, I'm gonna tell you something about them people. I see that right now. See, we different. I say, them people right there was a different nationality. I said, they gonna wear them pants so they get a hole in them, because just a little bit short don't make a difference. It still gets the job done. You talking about they flood. They ain't caught up in fashion. They caught up in what's gonna be practical. Practical is keeping me warm. What we'll do, we done got so wasteful, we throw away people. No, we go to the gas station, got to buy us fresh white tea, throw the other one away, go in there and buy that. Women getting their hair did every week, seemed like. I had a granddaughter, she told me, can I get $50? Can you give me 50 and my mama gonna give me 50? I say, for what? I'm gonna get my hair did. Like, child, come on now, hey, let's bust out with that straightening comb. Hey, let's get busy, man. Look, they got all kind of grease you can get now. Your Bergamot or something. You put on that bad boy. Nah, they didn't forget about that was a skill set, but they didn't forget about the skill set. I say, I'm telling y'all. I say, they didn't trick y'all. I say, there's no way your hair should be this short after you've been wearing a weave for 10 years. There's no way. When they ain't had no weave in their hair, grew all down and everything. I say, they didn't slip something in on y'all. I say, they making y'all keep coming back. Y'all keep coming back. Ain't no way your hair shouldn't. I say, they used to put French braids in your hair and your hair grow long as I don't know what. I say, right now, you wrap some of that around your head, half of your hair come out with it. There's some type of retardant agent in it. He's like, what? I say, it is. I say, why? Because that's for repeat customers. If I can put something chemical in there, you don't know it, you don't even pay attention. Why? Because you wasn't born in that time and place. So you didn't know how your hair can actually grow. You know, I was accused of putting on, this ain't a wig, you know, some people say, oh man, you got on some type of wig, a dread wig. And some young people see me that, some young guys, oh man, old school guy on that dread wig. I say, a dread wig? I said, man, if it's been on there for over 20 years, it must be a dread wig. I say, no, your hair grow, just don't put all that other chemicals and all that other stuff in it. You know, it's like a plant, it'll grow, you know. What you put special in it growing stuff? Nah, you put some water in your hair. And don't let your scalp be too dry, you know, that type of thing. Your hair will grow, but these are, you know, these are some of the fundamental things that we got a lot of people out here. They're being guided in a particular direction. If they don't look a certain way, they don't feel a certain sense of self-worth if they don't see that. So we got a lot of distractions by way of all these different media hubs, It's so many media hubs out here. Now, you don't know what your child doing. Man, some people done gave up on the children. And what I mean by gave up on them, maybe I shouldn't say gave up, but gave in. You letting the children tell you what to do and what they ain't gonna do. You know, and they gonna slam the door. I had a friend of mine, he's from the old school. He said, I took the door off the hinges. He said, slam that. And he said, that's one time too many. He done unhinged. I was like, man, he had a son. I said, man, what the door at? He said, oh no, man. He used to get mad, go in there and shut that door. I said, that's my door. He slammed the door. I said, okay. He said, I went right in there with my screwdriver in my hand. I unhinged it. He said, I said, no, this is my door, and I'm throwing it outside now. Well, Dad, what I'm supposed to do? I ain't got no privacy. Hey, when you get to pay privacy money, you get some privacy, and you quit being so disrespectful. I ain't got to worry about it slamming now. Next thing I know, he had a blanket up there. I'll say that's the way we do it. That's the way. What you over there messing with that light for, man? Oh no, my bad.
Indicator.
No, I thought that's the indicator. This ain't no party. Like when you at a party, they cut the lights out, you know, bringing the lights down like, hey, it's time to go, you know, that type of thing, you know. But I understand, you know, we got a number of different speakers, and I know we want to get to some of the meat and potatoes because we got some meat and potato people in here today to be able to receive, you know, some of the things that you might have forgotten about and how we may be able to address some of today's situations. And I thank Riggs and Zeal for doing just that, for setting this format up to give people a voice so that we can rekindle some of those things of the past and we can have some type of fellowshipping. So at this point in time, like I say, I appreciate you all and I appreciate the time. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you now.
That's okay. That's okay.
You got some?
God got them. We good. We good. Okay. Thank you, Brother Minister Fuqua Bey. Our next speaker that's going to address the power of influence is a sister that works in the community, not just in the community, but she works in the force of the community. Henrietta Ivey, Police Commissioner here in District 1. Community activist, home care. Henrietta Ivey is the newly elected Board of Police Commissioners here in District 1, a long-standing home care activist in Detroit. In 2016, Henrietta Ivy was chosen by the Hillary Clinton campaign to speak at a Democratic National Convention on behalf of home care and Fight 15 to an audience of over 30 million viewers worldwide. She is featured in the PBS series American at Work, the Liberal of Congress video, Liberty, and many more articles on her work as a home care activist, which recently led her to be appointed as the Global Home Care Ambassador of Nigeria, Africa for God's Arm Global Foundation, led by Dr. Templeton F. I can't pronounce his whole name. Adjurity, founder and global president. With that, could y'all please welcome Commissioner Ivy.
All right. Good afternoon, beautiful people. You know, I sit here and I listen to these amazing stories with the two queens that spoke before me and the brother Bukai. How you doing, brother? It's good to see you all the time. I'm going to be quick about it because my record is very extensive, but I'm going to embody everything that the sisters and the brothers said because I do the same work. So I don't want to repeat the same thing. But what I do want to say is I do remember one of the queens speaking about the big mamas. Well, I'm a big mama. I just turned 60 years old. I've been doing this work since I was 20 years old. I have 4 amazing children. When I say amazing, I put the work in. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about parents and community. When you put that work in, you get your results. All 4 of my children are amazing. 13 grandkids are amazing because I don't play. I am big mama. You know, I hear the conversations. I talk to the parents. I talk to the students. I mentor. I've been around all of the United States and other parts of the country as well, speaking about home care. And why home care is so passionate to me, because it was the foundation that brought me to all these leadership roles. If it hadn't been for home care, then it would have been something else, because God had a plan for me. Just like he have a plan for all of us sitting in this room. We just have to lean into that plan. We have to lean into our communities. We have to lean into our children. We have to lean into what is out there for us to get to make it better. Now, when we talk about our youth, you're right. The youth is our future. I talk about it all the time. Mothers, dig into your children. Don't be scared. My kids was here today to tell you we ain't scared of her. She ain't scared of us, but we work together. Let me correct that. We are scared of her. Yes. Because guess what? I put the fear in my children that God put in me, because if I didn't have the fear of God, I couldn't put it in my children. So doing this work in the community and influencing our young and uplifting our seniors and bringing those bridges together, fostering these communities, these conversations, which will lead to a better future for all of us. I'm aging up. Listen, I'm 60. May not look like it, but that's okay. That's okay. But if I think about that, I think about my youth and the youth in the community, because they are our future. And I don't want to have to be in the future where our youth are not properly led. So I put that work in. These sisters put the work in. Brother Fouquet, all of you in this room who's sitting today, put the work in because you're here right now. That work is important. Those bridges and that fostering is important. So as we continue to do this work, as we continue to encourage our youth, as we continue to influence our communities, and as we continue to influence ourselves to make our communities better for our young people, just understand that that work is very important. It will always be important. And as I spoke about my 13 grandchildren, I put work in. I put work into my mentorship with my girls called Ivy Girls. And I'm gonna give you the background on that, which was really cute because I moved downtown. It was 2009 when I moved downtown in Diggs Homes. Now, many of you know Diggs Homes on the east side. You know what I'm saying? That was a little community because in Court 6, we didn't play. We stuck together. So I used to go to work. I used to work at Blue Cross Blue Shield, was one of the analysts there for Medicare Part A and Part B. And these young girls, at the time, they were 7, 8, 9, and 10. And they lived right across the complex, like you had these townhouses. So I lived on this side, they stayed across the street, and they would be in the window. So every morning, hi, Miss Lady. Hi, will you going to work? Yes. Okay, see you later. I'm like, oh, that's so cute. And so one day these sisters approached me and said, you know, we want you to mentor us. And I'm like, okay. And they wanted to know what I did. That influence of seeing me get up every morning and go to work influenced them. So they wanted to know. They wanted me to be their mentor. And I thought that was an amazing thing. That was God working in that moment. And I said, well, what are we going to call this mentorship? They said, what's your last name? I said, Ivy. Well, we're going to be Ivy Girls. I said, okay. So from there, I look at these 22 amazing grown women who have their own businesses, who are mothers, who are influencers in their communities, and they always reach back out to me and say, because of you, Miss Ivy, is why we're doing what we're doing. Their mothers and fathers thank me all the time. Children from the elementary school, I was a heck of a PTA mom. All these people come back, so understand your influence is important. Everything you do now will be the fruit and the tree that grows to bring our communities together in the future. And we are all here to do that today. So I'll say this, because I want to keep it short and sweet. Let's continue to do the work. Let's continue to work together. Let's continue to be the parents that we are right now. Don't fear back, because your children need you. Your community needs you, and our futures need you as well. So let's continue to build on that. Let's continue to love on ourselves and love on our communities and love on the work that we've established and pass this down and make it a legacy for all of us in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ivey. We got 2 more speakers, and then we're gonna get to the topics of discussion about why we really here. Our next speaker is a brother by the name of Cortez X. He is a dedicated community leader committed to advocating public safety, youth mentorship, and violence prevention. As a published author and devoted member of the Nation of Islam, he considers himself a credible messenger, using his lived experience to build trust and foster transformation within the community. Having previously been involved in one of Detroit's largest racketeering conspiracy cases, Cortez X has since redirected his life's path towards service and leadership today. He works to bridge gaps between system and community, helping interrupt cycles of violence and guide young people towards positive alternatives. As a father and mentor to many young men, Cortez X is passionate about encouraging growth, accountability, and opportunity. He is currently serves with the People's Action as a street outreach worker, lead facilitator, juvenile division program. In this role, he focused on reducing youth involvement in gun violence and criminal activity while promoting mental wellness, life skills development, and long-time success. Cortez X remains committed to being a voice of hope, restoration, and change of the community. So with that, I would like to bring forth our brother Cortez X.
First, I want to give praise to God Allah, the Father and Creator and Author of everything here. He's the reason why I'm here. So I want to give honors to each and every one of you, give honors to the Moors Islam, give honors to the Christians, praise God, and everybody here in the city of Detroit. What up, though? What up, though? I want to thank the brother Rick and Zill for allowing me to come into this space and be able to share a little bit of my story and my testimony and be able to give a portion of my understanding on the topics of which we're here to delve into. I'm a little late. As you see, I just came in, not because I was, feeling my fingers or whatever, but I was out doing the work as the commissioner was speaking about. I run our juvenile diversion program, which is the Wayne County Justice Impacted Juvenile Diversion Program in partnership with Wayne County Wayne County Youth Services or whatever. And what that program looks like is juveniles who just came home from the Wayne County Juvenile Justice Detention Center. They come through our program as a diversion to be able to foster a positive and healthy environment so that they don't return and go back to jail. We base our practices off of lived experiences and credible messengers, and that's what I am. As the brother spoke in my introduction, I was a former gang leader. I was indicted in Detroit's largest racketeering conspiracy case in history, right, as a leader of the Vice Lords. But since then, I turned my life around. I divorced my old ways, and I walked into the new life that I'm living right now, right? Something that I'm passionate about. While incarcerated, a light went off. I can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results. I've been incarcerated over 12 years, have over 6 different felony cases, and just spent the wealth of my youth in prison and incarceration, starting from being in the juvenile system. So I said, I can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. So I changed my life completely. I gave up the gang, irregardless to, what that might have looked like for me. I understood that, it was more ahead of me than what was taken away from me, right? So I said, what better way to not give back than come from being a gang leader than becoming a gang interventionist, right? So now I work in the community helping young guys to divert themselves from walking into violence. I'm a member of one of your CVI groups. It's called the People's Action, and we're charged with the mission to reduce the violence in our particular zone. We work in the areas of 7 Mile and Greenfield area from like Lasher all the way back down to Wyoming, right? From like 7 Mile all the way to 8 Mile. We have a wealth of different programs that we do from our youth fellowship, which is a 20-week fellowship. And I'm also the lead street outreach work and facilitator for our program. And, I believe in community, right? I believe in restorative practices. I believe in mental health, right? Let's talk about that. Because the reason why I left and went the direction that I was going back when I was younger is because there was a lot of things missing in my household, right? So one of the things that I focus on right now in my work is dealing with not only the youth, right, and trying to get them to change the way they're thinking, right, but also dealing with the parents, because the support starts at home, right? So if we help cultivate a better foundation at home, then they won't go out to the streets looking for the love that's kind of missing at home. That was my reality. My parents was drug addicted. They went through their battles, as a lot of people did in the 80s and the early 90s and stuff like that. By Allah's grace, they both got their lives together and got over 30 years clean. You know what I mean? We can clap that up, actually. The change that I seen from my parents would allow me to change myself, right? Because personally, I knew that it can happen. I seen it happen. I seen someone change their life and go from struggling to thriving, right? And that's what I've been doing. So as of 2 days ago, I celebrated my 1-year anniversary of being home from federal prison, right? Thank you. Thank you. And in celebrating, I went to work. You know what I'm saying? Because the work don't stop, right? Because the youth, they don't take no breaks. You know what I'm saying? It's not a day that I can say I'm gonna take a break. I've been home for a year. I'm gonna go party. No, I stopped smoking. I stopped drinking. I'm very transparent in my life. A few of you guys I know personally, and you can attest to the transformation that happened in me. You know what I mean? So I be transparent about my dealings. I'm still kind of young. I'm 37. I got my swag and all that. So I let the young guys know, man, it's still cool to be, righteous, to be on point, right? I did a lot in my past, and I'm not ashamed of none of it, right? Because though some of the things that I've done, I allow that to be my strength in me reaching the youth. Because a lot of things that they glamorize and stuff like that, I've been through. You know what I mean? And who better to sit up and tell you, don't go out here carrying no guns to somebody who'd have been shot up. I walk around right now as I talk to y'all with a bullet lodged in my face. You know what I mean? I got a bullet lodged in my sinus cavity from being a victim of gun violence. So I speak out about gun violence. I speak out about gang violence. I speak out about not addressing mental health issues. Right, because in our community, we don't teach about correcting a problem when we see something there. Right, we hold it in. And as a young man, I was taught, never let nobody see you cry. But sometimes that crying be therapeutic. How else can you get healing if you don't let it out? What hurt? You got to talk about what's hurting you, right? If not, then you will let that pain overcome you, right? And we react out, and we let things go too far, and we be in a situation where you be locked up, and you forced to deal with some of that mental health issues, and you forced to be able to self-examine and self-analyze yourself and realize, man, I just really had some things going on inside me. You know what I mean? So I don't want to sit up here and talk too much about who I was, because more so I'm so happy about who I am today and how I can service, amen, and how I can and how I am servicing the youth, right? That's something I'm passionate about. I feel like, which we all know, the youth is the future, right? And I remember, I'm gonna give a quick little story. I remember when I first went to prison back when I was 19 years old. I couldn't understand how a lot of the older brothers, right, didn't connect with the younger guys. They they don't want to listen. It was a big gap, right? And I was offended, honestly, because I was raised by my grandparents, right? So I loved older people. I loved sitting around the kitchen table on Sundays, soaking up the game that they was giving, listening to the old school music. I had a connection with older people. But when I went to prison, I seen it was a disconnect. And I understood why. We gave the older generation every reason to not like us, right? From disrespecting and, not listening and, thinking we know it all, right? But I think back to those days, right? And I had individuals who came into my life, right? Individuals like the Moorish Science Temple of America, individuals like the Brothers of the Nation of Islam, those individuals who didn't give up on the young guys and who actually fished and went after those young guys, right? And if it were not for those brothers, those conscious brothers, right? Those men of God who came and intervened in my life, I wouldn't be the man that I am today, right? So I embraced God wholeheartedly. I embraced Islam, and this has been the catalyst for the transformation in my life. So I want to just, give glory to God, Allah, because through him all things is possible. You understand what I'm saying? I was deep in the mud. You know what I mean? Don't let the suit fool you. My name and my likeness and picture was plastered all across Detroit news, for my transgressions. You know what I mean? But it's not how you fall, it's how you get back up. And I've been getting up every day, making sure that the next man don't go through what I've been through. You know what I mean? And that's what it's about. This community meeting is about, right? It's about not us, but about the next man, right? And we come together, right, to see how that we can bind together, right? And strengthen that chain so that we can uplift each other, right? Because by ourselves, we weak, we nobody. But together, right? What's the key? Unity. You know what I mean? And we have to remember that. And as long as we have a selfish idea, a life, and think about me, we're not going to get nowhere, right? God created us in tandem with each other, right? So if you can personally get yourself together, right? all is well, right? That's good. He has blessings for everybody, right? But the real blessing is being able to share your blessing, right? So even if it's a story, even if it's a testimony, even if it's a position in local government or whatever, right? Get those blessings, right, and share them with others. That's what it's about. Amen. Yeah.
Okay, we got one more speaker, and then we're gonna get straight to the business. The next speaker is a candidate for our Attorney General, Williams Nokins. He's a former Air Force officer, a Special Assistant U.S. Attorney, Special Attorney General, Advocate Independent Counsel, General Counsel, Baptist preacher, professor, and public defender. Let's welcome our brother man, William Nokins.
None of those titles matter. Not a single one. What matters is who you are and how you be in the world. And today they laid to rest the Reverend Jesse Jackson. And the Reverend Jackson had an expression that I'm sure everybody in this room knows. I am somebody. How many of y'all are somebody? If you are somebody, stand up and say it with me. I am somebody.
Okay. I am somebody.
All right, thank you. Now the question I put to you is, really? Do you believe that? Because there are a lot of folks who they can say it, but they don't embody it. If you are somebody, you are somebody, you know you are somebody, and you walk in the world as if you are somebody. Now, how many of y'all have heard people say, oh, I ain't nobody? You might have even said it yourself, oh, I ain't nobody. That's how we reduce the influence we have as individuals to nothingness. And if we do that, how can we expect young people to show that they are somebody? If you can't do it, they're not going to believe it. And I deal with that almost every day as a public defender when I defend people. Many of my clients are undereducated. Many of them have never had the appreciation and love that they need in a household. And where do they find it? They find it in the street. And now I know there's a problem with the criminal justice system. I oftentimes refer to it as the criminal system. I've just tried 4 cases in the last 3 weeks, gotten acquittals for every single one of my clients. And these are felonies. One of them was second-degree homicide. One of them was CSC, more commonly known as rape. But what happens sometimes is nobody actually listens to what really happened. I had a client 2 days ago. The jury came back in an hour and a half, acquitted on 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd and 4th degree. Why did they do that? Because they understood that there was a lie that was being perpetuated by the prosecutor. And they needed somebody like me to stand up for this man, and I have never seen anything like it. When the jury came back not guilty, this 50-year-old man broke down in tears. He broke down in tears. But let me come back to influence. Each one of us has influence in a different sphere. Minister Fuquabe has influence in his sphere. Miss Rebecca has influence in her sphere. We each have influence in our sphere. But unfortunately, we have been taught by media and by others that unless it's on TV or unless it's in social media or unless it's big, it don't matter. Influence can be in quiet places. You can influence wherever you are. And when I was with Meyer, I had a voice because I was the number 2 at the Meyer Corporation. When one of the young officers who handled markets for Meyer was talking about how well we were doing in the Detroit market, I said, hold up. We don't have any stores in Detroit. How are you going to talk about the Detroit market? And what I really wanted to say to him was, keep Detroit out your mouth. But, I had to code switch. And so I said, until we start building stores in Detroit, don't talk about the Detroit market. And as a result of that single conversation, there are now 3 Meyer stores in the city of Detroit. And it's my understanding that they're looking for an area to build a 4th and a 5th. To try and address some of what you talked about, Minister Fuquabe, a food desert. But that's not something that anybody would know. They wouldn't know. How many of you have ever driven on the Davison Freeway? Everybody. Well, in 1995, after 30 years of negotiation, the Engler administration said they would take over the road and renovate it. I hate to tell y'all, but they lied. And so I had to sue them. I was with the county and I sued them on behalf of the city of Highland Park and on behalf of Wayne County. Why Highland Park? Because at that same moment, Chrysler was abandoning Highland Park to build a brand new headquarters in Auburn Hills. Now, it's one thing if they just want to spend their money and do it, that's fine. But they were spending your money, our money, because they were going to build a new interchange for people to be able to get in and out of Chrysler headquarters in Auburn Hills. And that interchange was going to cost approximately $30 million. To renovate the Davison Freeway, how much do you think it was going to cost to renovate it and keep it open as a highway? That 1 mile stretch that's so important to people. If you're just cutting through from the Lodge to 75, or if you live in Highland Park, how much do you suppose that was going to cost? How much? Give me a number. Oh, man. What you talking about? You talking about building a highway to the moon? Now, to save Highland Park and make it have a future by having that highway, the cost was $5 million. They were unwilling to spend $5 million in an area that was predominantly black, but they had absolutely no problem spending $30 million out in Auburn Hills. Oh, by the way, it would have also helped people get to Pistons games. But I want each of you, the message I want to leave with you is you have influence. If you're on the PTA, you have influence in school. If you have children, you have influence with them. If you have a neighbor, you have influence with that neighbor. We all have influence. Don't sacrifice it to, well, I ain't nobody. Because if you weren't anybody, God wouldn't have made you. Because we wouldn't have needed you. So please, please, I leave you with, be somebody, because you are.
Okay. Now to the business. I'm about to introduce the moderator for the program, Shekinah Warlord. Born Shekinah Laki Warlord, April 7, 1973. is a radio host, program director, model, and author of Dysfunctional Family. Note, Shekinah was born and raised on the east side of Detroit to teenage parents. Her parents never married, but both were involved in raising her. Her mother struggled with drug addiction throughout Shekinah's childhood, which made her and her brothers targets for bullying. With the help of Shekinah and Shekinah's grandparents, they did the best they could with raising her and her siblings. Shekinah attended Detroit Public Schools and went to receive a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. After her mother's untimely death, she gained custody of her two youngest brothers and raised them as her own. The youngest had a lot of behavioral issues, and after being offered no resources to help him in the community, she created a youth program guard towards prevention and dealing with children with behavior issues, attitude adjustment, was created to help children see the consequences of their actions through the eyes of others. She does this by taking children on jail tours. In addition to the jail tour, she provides family meetings to discuss the issues and provide resources to assist the family as a whole. Dysfunctional families it's a long word. Concarulati, I probably didn't pronounce it right, writing to see life through the eyes of a child, growing up and dealing with life. The book also includes journal entries for her present to show what the author was expressing while writing the book. This book is loosely around her life, and it talks about issues that she struggled with as a child, how she dealt with the issues, and how they shaped her life, adult life. In addition to the youth program and book part of her life's work has been dedicated to supporting and promoting Black-owned businesses by providing a platform for them to use as a marketing tool for them to promote their businesses for the last 6 years. Shekinah has been the host of a weekly radio show, Motor City Radio, through the Street Noise Radio Network. This is an internet show and can be seen on YouTube on the Street Radio channel. Shekinah will continue her efforts in uplifting and helping her community in any way very possible. So with that, we're gonna get to the
All right, y'all. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I don't want Sandman coming to get me and move me off the stage. So yes, this is a hard act to follow, guys. You should have had me on first, Brother Dion. Yeah, but it's a pleasure. This is the third. Yep, I'm gonna come back down there. I just wanted to be special like everybody else and come up there and be seen, you know. But yep, this is the third event that I have been privileged to be a part of, thanks to Brother Dion. And when I tell you, he know how to bring the people out. You know, I don't care if it's 5, I don't care if it's 30. Everybody that he brings together are all like-minded. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody's trying to make change. I was sitting there like a fly on the wall, just listening to the different discussions that was going on, and everybody was pretty much hitting it on the nail as far as the youth are concerned. My program, Attitude Adjustment, I deal with children with behavior issues. And as he said, my mom struggled with drug addiction, and as a result of, my little brothers were born addicted. So that youngest brother gave me a lot of behavioral problems, a lot of issues throughout his youth. And when I tell you looking for help, there was no prevention programs in Wayne County that was set up and designed to help him or help him wherever he struggled, as well as allowed us to keep him at home and love him. The only thing that was offered to me was a residential program, and that was baby jail, if you ask me. So it sounded good. He'll be here. Y'all can come and visit. We got this program set up, but he had to be locked up in this residential facility in order to get the help that was needed. So nothing was provided for him on the outside. So Attitude Adjustment was born. So I've been doing Attitude Adjustment for over 20 years now. It started with the Dose of Reality tour, which is downtown at Wayne County Jail. They don't do it anymore, but they used to. And when I tell you it worked, because I was able to service boys and girls. So when they stopped that program, I moved on to Ryan Correctional. They used to have a deterrence program there, and that was very helpful and effective with the young men that came through the program. They stopped that program. It seemed like every time they have something set up for our youth and to help our youth, it's gone just as fast as it's there. So I'm still doing the program. I do take the young ladies to Huron Valley. They do have a jail tour set up there. I got to reconnect with them and get that going. But in the meantime, I do have returning citizens that come to my office and talk to the children. So it's just as effective. They share their life. They talk to the kids and try to deter them from going down whatever road they're going down. And that's what I do. And I love doing it. And I won't stop. And what you guys were talking about as far as changing the situation at home, when we do the family meeting, that's exactly why I do the family meeting. Because if the child is acting out, I take them to the jail tour and it's scare them for a few minutes, but then they're going right back to the same environment that they left. So the family meeting is set up to talk about some of the issues that's going on at home. So the parents be all, I'm about to scare you. I'm about to take you to this Attitude Adjustment youth program. But the program really ain't for the kids. Sometimes it's for the parents, because the parents is the ones that have the issues, So we address them as best we can in that one little meeting that I have. So look it up, Attitude Adjustment Youth Program. I do have a book, Dysfunctional Family Knot. I talk about a lot of the issues that I dealt with as a child, a lot of things that we don't talk about. I talk about molestation in here. I talk about dealing with drug addiction and drug abuse. I deal with that. I dealt with it, and I know a lot of people probably did too, probably got somebody in your family. So make sure you get a copy of my book. And I think the radio show, Motor City Radio, I do welcome everybody. Let me just say that. But I do shine a light on our people, Black-owned businesses. It is a platform for us. So please look it up on the internet, Street Noise Radio, Motor City Radio. We come on every Friday at 7 p.m. I would like to connect with each and every last one of you guys here before you leave. And I'm going to start now because I'm actually the moderator too. So let me get over here to my seat. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Dion, I will come whenever you invite me, brother. I'm here whenever. Like I said, this is the third event that we've had with Brother Dion, and I'm quite sure there's many more to come. So guys, thank you for being here. Stay tuned. We're about to get started. Testing. Can you guys hear? Okay, you can hear me just fine? Okay. We're just gonna move on. The light is on, it was on, then it went off. So I'm gonna just talk loud, guys. So we have a great panel here, guys. Go back up there, yep.
Oh no, just grab it. It's
okay, because I don't want y'all turning around, with your necks and whatnot, Do that. Thank you, our future Flint council person, okay? We're gonna speak that into existence is what we're gonna do, right?
Yes.
Thank you for getting me together. So y'all, if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna sit back down here. So the town hall questions, everybody on this panel is qualified to answer these questions. We're just gonna say that right now. So I might direct some of the questions to one person in particular. I might just say, raise your hand if you have an answer. We listen to everybody's response. So we're gonna kind of go through them. It's a lot of topics here, but I feel all of them are important, and the questions that they did put down were specifically for these topics. So definitely want to try to cover all of them. So the first topic would be public safety. And the first question is, what does true safety look like for our community beyond policing? And I kind of want to shift that over there to you, our Commissioner Ivey, to start that off. I'm quite sure everybody else, a couple people might want to jump in and have a response for that, but I'm gonna let you lead this one. Get us together, Councilman. Okay. Until he get it going. Yep.
Okay, so public safety, what does that look like? That is, where you are in your neighborhoods. How are you being protected? Oh, here we go. How are you being protected? What does policing look like for Black communities, for immigrant communities? And what that look like is, providing strong focuses on proactive thinking, community engagement, organizations coming into the communities to talk about the things that are affecting you, that could get you into a situation encountering with the police. A lot was mentioned about drug abuse, substance abuse, parents not being in the home, children raising themselves. Mm-hmm. This lead for these types of activities to come out into the streets and encounter with policing. When police are not properly trained or not using that proper training that they're equipped with to be able to handle situations such as that, it could lead to a lot of misconduct. And what has come across my desk is a lot of police misconduct based on attitude and demeanor. And that attitude and demeanor is a reflection of how they're engaging with the people that they are arresting or attempting to arrest. So how do we counteract that? We could prevent it. Mm-hmm. We need to be able to have organizations in the community to help police officers sit down at a table and come collaboratively to talk about what are they facing out here. CBI organizations are great with the police department. We have some CBIs. We have a lot of great organizations with the police department now that are coming in to help counteract a lot of these issues that's going on in the Black and immigrant communities.
Yes, thank you. Anybody else want to touch on that?
Yes, as an attorney who deals with police almost every day in the courtroom, one of the things that people don't understand, and everybody in this room has it, it's known as implicit bias. It doesn't mean prejudice necessarily. It means we have our view on life based on experiences that we've had. I mean, implicit bias can be as simple as, no, I don't eat broccoli. It doesn't mean that you're prejudiced against broccoli. That's just what you don't eat. And when we have police officers who oftentimes, many of them are from outside of the community, and many of them do not understand what's happening in the community. They do not understand the people who live in the community. That is a real source of problems. I mean, even as simple as how do you address somebody or assuming certain things about somebody. I've been stopped, probably a half dozen times by cops. And they want to know, well, how did you get this kind of car? Or what are you doing in this neighborhood? And so a big part of it is helping them understand these are the people that you are here to protect, not to, harass.
All right, anybody else? Wait, Fukabe next, and then we're gonna send it back down that way, guys.
Okay.
So we got Cortez and Ms. Limbaugh.
Can you repeat that question again?
Yes, what does true safety look like for our community beyond policing?
What does it actually look like? Well, it looks like the neighborhood block clubs. It looks like people being more proactive in the community, being outside with it, as we say. Because the more that you have people outside and not afraid of socializing with people in that direct perimeter, it can decrease, acts of violence because people are really being relatable. They really relating to one another. It's more of a community village type of a situation. So the more resources that you can actually bring into a community can actually help promote situations like that, as opposed to, the whole police concept, that's that. I'm saying, addressing kind of what I'm understanding. Say, what does it look like? It looks like us. It looks like the people that show up, prior to having something going on, to analyze at the schools. It's got to happen at the schools. I remember, you used to have people that stand out on the corner and watch the children actually go to school, so where they can feel more protected and grow up in a more healthy environment. When they get out of school, the same thing. This helps decrease violence. Sometimes, children mischievous.
Yeah.
But until they see these constant people that are bonding with their parents, they know that it's accountability status there. And we're talking about having people accountable for behaviors in community. So that's what it kind of looks like.
All right, well said. We got 2 more comments coming down. And we're going to try to get through as fast as we can, guys, but everything needs to be said, every question needs to be asked, and everybody's input is needed. So we are going to move on a little fast, but
I'll be real quick. I want to reiterate what Brother Fuqua Bey said. I'm going to push it back on to community and families. Everything starts at home. So providing the right structural support at home and teaching your children at home so they know how to have respect for their elders in the community and authorities in the community, it starts at home. We can't look for society to solve our problems. We got to start with us.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna make it really quick as well, but resources, training, and education. And I do want to go back to what you said about like making sure you start within a home. Sometimes we have to educate the parent or guardian about what that looks like. They don't know. So if the parent or guardian and who's ever taken care of that child have their own set of issues and they're trying to navigate life, it's hard to try to figure out what that looks like for your child. So I think it's so important to go back into that family system and say, hey, what do you need to be an effective parent? I understand too about what the defense attorney said about implicit and explicit biases. That is so true because we all have them. But if we can recognize what they are, we can better manage them. And a lot of officers who do not, public safety, who do not live in a community, they have these biases. They are projecting these biases into the community. And so it's never going to change until we have this training. That's why I say resource training and education. When we start training people to recognize the behaviors that's affecting the community, then we'll be able to change it.
all right, well said. All right, Brother Cortez.
I just want to say, from somebody who works in CVI, this is my CVI ID issued by the city of Detroit, working for the People's Action. It's definitely community accountability, right? We can't look out and see what's going on in our streets and just scroll past it on Instagram or Facebook, right? We got to get out there, and it need to be more people that's like the individuals that's working in CVI, that's working to prevent. And like the Brother Fuqua Bey said, brothers got to hit the ground. You have to be out there. You have to be outside with it, right? And the prevention part really starts with the root of the whole problem, right? And that's self-esteem, right? That's not loving yourself, understanding the value of yourself, right? And addressing the issues within the family dynamic, right? That's the reason why we act out, right? It's the reason why we quick to shoot our own brother, right? Because we don't love ourselves. We don't see the value in ourselves, right? So I think that policing outside of the police, right, is us governing ourselves. And the more and more that we give someone else the opportunity to think for us, it's the more and more we're gonna backslide, right? We got to put the thinking back in our own power.
Yeah.
Right?
All right, next question. And I think I want Ms. Limbaugh to start off with this, the answer to this one. How can prevention, mental health support, and community presence reduce harm?
I think first of all, we have to let our community know that it's okay to say we're not okay. We hold, and I think the brother here said it too, we hold our pain inside, right? And when you hold your pain inside, it's almost like a balloon. At some point, it's gonna bust. So first of all, we have to go into that community and we have to teach our young people, our families, our communities, that it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to cry as a man. It's okay to show your emotions, right? And once you do that and resources are available in the community, I'm boots on the ground, right? I am on the east side, west side, wherever it is, I'm pulling kids out of the system, right? Trying to get them back on track. And so a lot of times it takes me to, first of all, you got to talk about it. But get them in that space where they trust you enough and they respect you enough to tell you how they're feeling. And that only happens with boots on the ground, right? Yeah. You can't call me, or I'm on Facebook and I'm talking to you and I'm texting you. I have to be in your face so you could trust me and know that I truly care. So it really starts with like making sure that the community of adults and young people know it's okay not to be okay, and then make those resources accessible to the community. You can know resources exist, but what I found is they don't know how to access them. Yeah. You got families in the community who do not even have a computer. So how are you going to, you know what I mean? Yeah. Don't have a working cell phone. So how are you going to access resources if they're not right in front of you? So that's the way I would handle that, respond to that question.
Did anybody else want to respond to that one? Pass it down, please. We working together. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
I'm blessed and highly favored. I don't know how many times I've heard that phrase, and I know doggone well that that person is about to be evicted, or their phone's been cut off, or their gas bill is too high, or their car's about to be towed, and they hide behind the phrase, I'm blessed and highly favored. I would appreciate it sometimes if they say, I'm blessed and I need help. We are so unwilling to admit to weakness. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I've had situations where I might have been blessed, but I damn sure needed some help. You know, I know what it's like to be evicted. I know what it's like to have the electricity turned off. I know what it's like to pick up your cell phone and, it ain't working because I'm behind on the bill. If we could simply share with each other the situations we are in, rather than covering them up, we'd all be better off.
All right, thank you. Someone else want to say something?
I'm sorry, brother. I just want to, hammer over that because I am one of those people who were the highly blessed and favored and was dealing with everything he just mentioned. But once I let go of the stigma of who was going to judge me and opened up the door to let people in to help me, things got better and continue. So now I have no problem with saying, hey, I need some help. Because when you're carrying that stress, it affects your health, physically and mentally and spiritually. Yeah. So yes, sometimes I can say I'm blessed, but now I'm learning to say blessed, but guess what? I can use some help. And he said, hit the nail on the head. So let's open up to our community. That's what we have them there for. But don't be afraid or embarrassed by your situation, because we all going through it. Sometimes I tell people, don't let the nice clothes fool you, because I'm struggling. Yeah. And it is okay to tell people that you're struggling, because you never know how God is sending the help to you. So,
last question for public safety. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just repeating that question you just had, because I had thoughts, run through my mind in regards to. Go ahead.
How can prevention, mental health support, and community presence reduce harm?
Well, first thing first, we got to analyze. When I was coming up, people used to act out and we just say they was crazy because we didn't understand exactly what was going on with them. So I'm saying, if you want to be proactive and in a space like that, we took some classes, me and some of my brothers, we took a class on mental health first aid. All right. So we had a class on mental health first aid. As they was pointing out certain things, we was able to identify certain issues that even existed among groups of people that we were a part of. Prior to that, he ain't nothing wrong. He's just crazy. He's been that way all his life. But when in fact he was dealing with some childhood trauma. Yeah. So, people say it's all right to do this. No, sometimes it's all right to suppress some things. Yeah. Why? Because other than that, you have people acting out in interesting spaces, and people say, oh, just let him do it. No. You got to have what you call self-control and accountability. You can't do anything you want because people want to justify it by saying, oh, he got a problem. And you hear that, oh, I can do, oh, I can get away with this.
Yeah.
And it continues to perpetuate that.
Yeah.
So no safety comes by way of that. You have to have accountability, and you can be supportive of people, direct them towards some resources that are actually acting out in your community. Because if not, they can be a danger to the community.
And you know
So
what?
we got-
Just keep it right there, Minister, because this next question I was going to direct it to you, but you kind of hit it on the nail anyway. What partnerships are needed to rebuild that trust between residents and institutions?
What partnership? From the standpoint, you have people that are staples in communities, and those people. I think my friend here, the attorney, said all them titles don't mean nothing. Yeah. It's about trusted people who you feel, like Sister Ivory over here, spoke about consistently showing up in communities, consistently showing up in situations to where people feel protected and they feel almost like you like family. Mm-hmm. So it's situations like that that can help better, what's going on with people. So you don't know how your help may look. You may want it to look one way, but you may not know, how the help gonna show up. And when it shows up, you have to be, receptive to the help that's showing up.
All right. Our next topic is voter registration and education. We have a few candidates on the panel that's running for office, so they might want to jump in and answer these questions. The first one is, what barriers prevent residents from registering or voting confidently?
Some of the things that I've seen out in the field, especially people feel they don't want their privacy invaded. Some people that have criminal history don't want to reveal their current location. Voter registration does not give the government access to your location. It will be in a system, but it's not in the penal system, and it's not traced or followed in the same direction. Plus, there are voter protection safeties. Another thing that gets in the way is the people feel that the system just cannot be trusted. We've seen over and over again how government has failed us. So they don't think that leadership, regardless of what leadership, is going to make any difference. And a lot of people feel like one vote isn't going to make a difference. Some votes are, in my area, some campaigns are won within 100 votes. Mm-hmm. That's not much. When you're dealing with 9,000 people in a voting district, and the 100 people make the difference between who gets in an election and who doesn't. We don't understand our collective power. It's not about the individual, it's about collective power. So if we can remove that, the barriers of distrust, not wanting to be identified, knowing that the elections are secure. Some people still feel like elections are secure. Russia gonna steal our election. The Republicans and Democrats, somebody gonna do something to mess up the election. Well, in Michigan, we're one of the most advanced areas of voting. All of the voter protections, all of the checks and balances that we have going through our system. I just went through a training as a voter election inspector where we see that voter system is not connected to any type of Wi-Fi resource, so it can't be tapped into that way. It's not as easy as some of the people make you feel in the public. So those are just a few reasons why people don't trust elections.
Okay. Anybody else?
Just want to tap on it. I'm sorry. After running this election in November, all of what she just did is what I ran on.
Okay.
But you have to get people to vote and take the misunderstanding out of the conversation that voting don't matter. Mm-hmm. I have two amazing people in the audience now, the Jones family, and I was running on thin air this day. But they came out, I hit those polls, me and my friends, because people kind of let me down. But the community stepped it up because they believed in what was going on. But having that conversation with both of them, they went out and made it happen. So thank you. And I always like to uplift the community when you have these type of people there. Your work in the community and the information I gave you, you spreaded it. And people were latched on to it. So that misinformation they thought that didn't work, it worked, and I ran as a write-in.
Okay.
And I won my race.
All right. Congratulations.
10,000 votes. 10,000 votes across Michigan. That's the difference between Kamala Harris winning Michigan and Donald Trump winning Michigan. 10,000 votes, approximately 1 vote per precinct. And we wound up having so many people who just said, well, it doesn't matter if I vote. Why should I bother? And traditionally in Detroit, at least since Barack Obama was elected, during presidential elections, we don't see more than about 34% of all registered voters in Detroit vote. Why? Because they don't believe that it makes a difference. And so what we have to do is encourage people to understand that it does make a difference. And I'll tell you what, when SNAP benefits got hit, it made a difference. When VA benefits started getting hit, now I'm a veteran, that makes a difference. When ICE comes rolling into town, that makes a difference. But part of it is just making people see that a single vote can make a difference.
How do we ensure people understand local impact and not just the national elections?
Local elections, your county commissioners, your mayors, your city council, these are the people who are directly responsible for your city dollars and your city budgets. How much money is going to go towards mass transportation? How much funding is still going to go towards school breakfast? How much money is going to be poured into senior citizen centers? These are actual resources that we utilize on a day-to-day basis. So whoever your local elected official is really has more power over your standard of living than the president or the governor. Well, governor's a little more, but the local leadership is what directly affects your everyday living. So that's why these issues are important. I found people who don't have children say, well, I don't have no kids. Well, what about all the other children that need school lunches? When we learned a big valuable lesson this year, when those SNAP benefits and those lunch programs got cut out, we saw the repercussions of what can happen when you have rogue leadership. So the dollars affect us at a local level more than it does at a federal level.
Did anybody else have anything?
I concur. I tell you, I have these deep conversations, what I call deep canvassing, when I'm speaking to the community on election year or off election years. And I constantly talk to the community and tell them it affects us all. That vote affects us all. I really like the fact that this panel is focused on the young people, because during the 2024 election, I was one of the directors on the Harris campaign, and I found a lot of young people just like, my vote does not matter. It doesn't affect me because I own my business and Trump is going to give me money. And they came up with all these reasons that they thought was going to benefit them in voting Republican. Now, mind you, I've been in this business a long time, and I've seen some great Republican leaders do some great work. It's not happening right now. It's just not. So when we're talking about encouraging and having those deep conversations, especially with the candidates, we know what's going on because we see it every day. So when we tell you your vote matters, it absolutely matters. Young people, it matters. So that's the thing we want to get you through your heads. Get out and vote. We got midterms coming up. I'm sorry I have to bring that up. We got midterms coming up, and we need to be able to get the right leadership. We don't need rogue leadership anymore, because we see what that rogue leadership has done to this country and is doing to this country right now.
How do we hold our elected officials accountable beyond election season?
Consistently staying in contact with us. Consistently showing up at the meetings. I just had a conversation with my Jones family. I love you. Thank you. And I tell you, show up at these meetings. We need you at the meetings. This room is full. Thank you all for coming, but we need more. And it's constant. We need everyone to be involved.
All right. Did anybody else want to say anything on that?
Just briefly. Somebody who wants to talk to a politician, and there's a difference between that person and somebody who wants to talk to a politician who's got a check. Money does matter. And so it's important that we recognize if we support a certain policy or a certain politician or a certain position, well, put some money behind it. Maybe $10, $25, $50, whatever you can. But it's important to recognize that money does matter, and that's the way this system works.
Okay, I'm glad now that's why I come in at.
Okay,
Yeah,
Minister.
Yeah, okay. Now we talking about money matters.
All right.
You know, I just got a different position as far as, you know, I done seen it over the years that people talk a good, like we say, talk a good game, then they get elected, and then they not allocating them resources in the direction where they supposed to go. It seems as though the resources already allocated out based upon people who gave them money already. So you very seldom see somebody that didn't vote for an issue benefit from somebody getting in office, period. They ain't gonna even help it. If I'm for gun, you know, if I want to proliferate having more guns in the community, and I'm gonna give them the money for that. Why? Because I might sell guns. So of course I'm gonna benefit directly as a result of that, and they know who helped them with that. So when it comes back around to the resources, the doors opening, you know, this is a system. It's too interesting. I ain't gonna get into that, but a lot of people have just been paid off, and a lot of things is already ducks in a row. When them checks come out, the checks don't always go. That's why you got boots on the ground. That's why you got people in the community. That's why they got people like you, cause the money don't make it way to the people that really need the money, regardless of who sometimes these politicians are, if their heart ain't really in it. If their bank is in it and they looking at the dollar, they're gonna see how they can reallocate them dollars to come back to themselves. And I've seen it time and time and time again. It ain't stopped.
Ain't stop.
Ain't stopped.
Equal access to resources. First question, which communities are consistently underserved and how do we know? I didn't quite write the questions, I just
I'll say in my community, the homeless population, veterans, senior citizens, non-English speaking and non-hearing communities are some of the most underserved. In wintertime here in Michigan, we see how the homeless are definitely underserved. So and they're being underserved during the warm months. We just don't know it because they don't need shelter, because they can get around. They still can sleep outside. So how we know is who shows up at our door asking for resources and help. The underserved, well, most Black communities, period, are underserved. As far as resources, help, those are the ones that I see mostly, like the homeless, veterans, our brown and Black communities, of course in the lower income communities, non-English speaking and non-hearing and seeing.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, cause as long as I've been in the field, they always been underserved, always. Over 30 years they've been underserved, and we got the politicians say what they gonna do. They ain't served them up yet. They just have not served them up yet. So you're always going to have that. It's not like they're gonna give them some money now everybody got a house. That's not the case at all. Nobody is homeless no more. Whenever we go out to feed, they say, where the people gonna come from? I say, you build it, they'll come. So all we have been doing over a 30-year period of time is to go in certain areas to where you see trash on the ground, you see people run, you can identify them. And people say, you think they're gonna come? We talking about, who was talking about the transit center? We last year, we had over 200 pounds of catfish that we took a fryer and fried it at the downtown transit center. We say we're gonna give y'all some of that Benihana action down here to where we're gonna do it right here on location. You talking about people, you talk about somebody talking about they ain't got no money, even with people with money showed up. They showed that it was going down. So you're gonna see who's really underserved in the city and who can actually use some of the benefits, but it ain't gonna be no one-hitter quitter. See, it's not going to be that. It's going to take a continuation of improving situations like that. And some people, when we go down to Team Wellness and feed them down to Team Wellness, we never have went to any place and it wasn't people to feed. So it's always in our community, but believe it or not, you got people in Oakland County, Macomb County, they have what we say the ghettos too. They have them same ghettos. That's just a part of life. It's going to exist everywhere and all around that. Here you go, attorney.
How can residents?
Hang on,
Someone else. I'm sorry, honey.
we speak about the underserved, and I think so often what people do is they get that word mixed up with undeserved. They don't deserve it. Let me just talk about education. We spend on average in Michigan about $10,500 per pupil every year. We spend approximately $48,000 per person who is incarcerated. We spend more money to keep people behind bars than we do to keep people, young people, educated so that they won't be behind bars.
Come on now.
It's about who is deserving and who is not.
How can residents be involved in deciding where resources go?
Meetings like this,
All right.
showing up and documenting everything. These meetings are put together for your learning. So don't take it for granted that you're here to hear us speak and you sit before leaders and future leaders. You show up, you grab some friends, say, hey, I went to this meeting and I want to bring you, y'all need to come. I told young people in 2022, I think was one of those years we were running, and I was knocking doors. And I ran into a lot of young people that particular year. And it was like, well, why should I be voting? I said, do me a favor, pull out your phone, get on TikTok and say, hey, I'm voting today, are you? That year, I'm thinking it was a 2022, it might have been 2020, but anyway, it was an election year. And I got over 500 young people out to vote. I was so proud of myself with that.
Okay.
Because it's just striking that conversation. It's simply asking them to put the leadership in their hands. Let them lead. Let them lead. Don't be scared. And I know, I'm up there too. I'll be like, wait a minute. I'm like, don't touch that. Baby, that. But I had to learn to let go and let the young people show me you're ready. And they are ready. Let them lead. Bring them to the meetings. Mine was, wasn't grown. I would have drugged them. They would have been this mad. But bring your young people that's here. Tell your friends about us. Show up. Engage. Bring your questions. Be ready to stand your ground. Talk. Put the fire up under your leadership. I have two of my community people right here now. They putting fire up under my feet, and as they should. Because I promise results, and I'm going to give it to them. Because that's the kind of leader I am. Me and Fuqua, I go back many years.
We do.
Many years. I watched this man boots on the ground, and he can bring them out.
Yes.
And he's brought them out.
Yes.
And he will continue to bring them out. But that's what we need when we talk about that. Show up. We're here. We're waiting for you. We just need y'all to show up.
All right. Next topic is.
Hold on, let me get some of that.
Oh, come on with it, Minister.
No.
Come on with it.
We got to keep it real in the field because
Yes,
we
we
got to
do.
know where that money at.
That's right.
They give you any money yet? They ain't gave me none. They ain't gave you no money yet. See, we got to get them checks. Where them checks at? We don't want no more checks in the mail. We get people in position. All I want to know is they cut you a check yet? Did you get a piece of that pie? See, when you get a piece of the pie, we got to know how big the pie is and then what kind of slices we gonna get. So we want to know where them checks at.
Right.
See, we gonna talk in room, but we want to know where them checks at. When them checks is showing up and how the people in the room can help divide up them checks. Because I done been to a lot of meetings. I ain't seen that check yet. I know it's been a pie out there, but I ain't seen where that pie went. Where that check at? You got that check?
I ain't got that check. Next topic, guys, is protection of the law. Do residents feel equally protected under the law? Why or why not? Do residents feel equally protected under the law? Why or why not?
With that question being asked, I would like the audience to listen to that question. If you feel that you can answer that question, raise your hand, and you can participate in that, in asking that question. So if you want to ask that question, come on up from the audience, introduce yourself and ask that question.
Hey, have her repeat that question one more time.
Do residents feel equally protected under the law? Why or why not?
Man, that's G Ford. He knows.
My name is G Ford. For those who do not know me, I'm a Milani spiritual advisor. Now, this question is really a constitutional question, and I appreciate it. This question actually falls under the 14th Amendment, where we all have equal protection of the law. Now, is the law being applied equally? No, it's not. No, it's not. Our socioeconomic status means so much to America. So when we are doing less, or when we are less successful, things are a little rough for us in the street. I mean, would you ever see an officer just drag a guy out of a car and, you know, shake him down all the way to the ground and beat him down? Then you can go in a rich neighborhood and there's more respect there. So the law is not really being applied equally. But then when you look at some of the things that's happening in our community, I understand sometimes. But the law must be applied equally. We have gun violence in our community. And it's the #1 killer of our young. We have our children at 51% in poverty.
Yeah.
What do that mean? 51%. What is that? How could our children be 51% in poverty and we as adults are 37% in poverty? But our purchasing power is $1.98 trillion. Why are we so poor? How come that don't trickle down to our children and to us?
Tell us, G. Tell us.
Because we have a problem with something I call unity. We have a problem with something I call economic and political unity. We can make this thing work, but we need to vote. We need each one of you that's in here to go to the ballot box and vote. That's what we need, because they make the laws so they can amend the laws. We have to show a power, and we have the power. The power is already here. Listen, I called for 10,000 people to go to Lansing in September the 17th. That's a complicated job. But it's not a job where we pass our cup and say, God, this is too much. I can't do it. Would you pass this cup? No, we don't pass the cup. We stand up and walk in faith. But we have to operate from the full cycle of faith. Immeasurable faith in you and I and us. Equal protection wouldn't be a problem. Thank you so much.
Right quick, I got a brother that's calling in from the institution. And we're gonna jump. Los, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna jump to the program right quick because he's incarcerated right now. And he's gonna speak on a topic that's part of the panel, and then we're gonna get back to the questions where we was at. What question that you wanted to participate in, that's part of the panel again?
I'm in the youth deterrence.
Okay, so introduce yourself and give your spiel.
All right, my name is Damani. I'm the CEO of One and Done. And One and Done is our objective is to use positive thinking transformationally to be able to give a person a greater outlet and being able to understand our failure so we won't keep making excuses for our shortcomings. But the reason I wanted to speak about youth deterrence, I want to answer real quickly these 3 questions that I was presented with youth deterrence. And one of the questions was, what root causes pull youth toward harmful paths? That's anything from poverty, lack of parental guidance, abuse, long-term trauma due to the abuse, homelessness, deprivation, despair, bullying, peer pressure, lack of strong, positive men willing to give their all to the development of these young people, and a slew of other things responsible for leading our youth toward a harmful path. One of the things I've realized, I came to prison, I was a young person, I was 18 years old, and I've been in prison for 35 years. And in the process of that, no one ever asked me what happened, what was wrong. All they asked me, what was wrong with you? What was wrong with you? They never asked me what happened to you to cause you to act or be the way you was, whether it's schooling, whether it's lack of father. I had no father. I grew up poor. So the decisions that I made, they was poverty related. The decisions I made, it was because somebody was in my ear saying that I should make these decisions. And at that particular point in my developmental stage, I didn't have the consciousness to discern what they were saying. So I went with the flow because I wanted to be accepted. I didn't want to be an outcast. But looking back and then seeing all these young people come to prison, I'm seeing the same type of behavior that I exhibited when I was a young person. So I'm telling anyone who will listen that the ideal is to be able to become relatable to the individual, being able to be patient with the individual, and don't be critical and judgmental because they making some bad decisions that you may feel as though they should make. We all come from somewhere, and we ain't nobody perfect. We human beings, we ain't perfect beings. So in that sense, we need to understand that this is one of the things that lead our youth to these type of harms, because there's nobody, we're listening to them. There's nobody being there for them when they need them the most. When they're hungry in real time, there's nobody feeding them. When they need some solutions in real time, there's nobody offering any solutions. Now, we can be critical and we can tell them what they need to do, but we need to teach them how to do it. We tell a person to leave the house, go be a man, but we ain't never gave them a blueprint on what manhood consists of. And without a blueprint of what man consists of, then how can I be something that I wasn't taught? So I'm a do what I need to do to survive, because at the core of a young person's mind, that's his number one thing. How can I survive? How can I be strong? How can I outlive my peers? How can I understand where I'm going in life? So those things, I think, contribute to the young people going to these illful paths. And number 2, how can mentorships, arts, and the workforce programs intervene earlier? I feel like by using every available resource, to be present in our children's lives every step of the way. Through this process, we will have a clear understanding of what our young people need right now and not tomorrow. And basically, we cannot allow, under any circumstances, disregard this very important factor. The young person must feel a strong sense of compassion coming from you. That's the only way you're going to open up and let you in, to let you see the darkness that dwells inside them, so you can be able to help him release that darkness. Now, if you put the ideal into the young person's head, you got to allow him enough time to be able to cultivate that idea. He can only give to the world what was given to him until he's taught better, until he want to do better. And a young person, I don't feel like he's ever incorrigible. I don't feel like they's ever at a point where they can't be redeemed. They can't come back from it. But society now, we throw our young people away. First of all, we say we want to be there for our children, but we're not there for our children. Just imagine. I know it's hard for some of us growing up in these underprivileged neighborhoods, and we thinking about how our children are going to get the things that they need when we got to work 16 hours a day to provide for them. We got to reinstitute the big mamas, the uncles, and the nannies. We need to bring that back into the community because we trying to do everything on our own without asking for help. No, we need help to raise our young people. We cannot do it on our own. We need help. The parents need help from his sister, his brother, and his community. This is what we need help at. This is what we need to look at. And lastly, what role do families, schools, and leaders play in that prevention? They play a vital role. Without a child having a mother and father to be able to turn to, that child going to be repressed. That child going to go through life feeling as though he's inadequate, as if he ain't equipped with the necessary tools to grow up just like everybody else. And when you think about malnourishment, that don't just happen because I can't eat. That happens when you're thinking about the mentality. And mal only means to take away. So if I'm taking away the essentials necessary for a child to grow up properly, then how do we expect for a person to react or be in this life that we living in? So in other words is, how do we get to the core? How do we get to the root of the problem? We got to be able to understand the things that we went through as an adults right now, as men, as women right now. What did we go through? How hard was it for us to be able to change our thinking? How hard was it for us to be able to see a different perspective? How hard was for us to be able to be enlightened by somebody else that genuinely cares for us? Where's that concern right now? That's what's necessary for our young people. That concern right now, that genuine love right now, that compassion, that sympathy, and that empathy, being able to understand what they're going through and being able to put yourself in their shoes, to be able to understand just a little bit more, being able to say, I understand, I get it. What do you need right now? How can I help you? And then we got to be available in the sense that when they dial our numbers, we got to be there. And if we can't make it, we got to send somebody there to address the problem in which they face it. There's no reason why our children should be abused. There's no reason why our children should be homeless. There's no reason why our children should not be able to eat. There's no reason why our children cannot be educated. There's no reason for our children to be filled in these prison systems. There's no reason for that. That means we got to be better. We got to be better because it ain't about us, it's about them. Because when we gone, they are the ones that must carry the torch. But if we don't develop them, if we don't give them the skills that they need to be able to grow, then how do we expect for them to carry that torch? If we don't teach them culture, if we don't take them outside of their neighborhoods to be able to show them a different perspective, that's another thing that we need, you know? Ricky, you want to ask me another question or something?
We're going to get back to the program. We appreciate you, bro. And
yes, sir.
I thank you for calling in on this, man. You can stay for, give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
Let them know that y'all here listening to him. Do you want to ask any questions? Yeah, he want a question.
They ready to submit to change. Change don't happen in nobody's life. They ready to submit to change because change is, and you don't get changed till it get tight for you. You get in prison, you get in situations where mama can't help you, now you want all the help from mama. But up until that point, you think you got it. So far too long, we have reached out to our children, period. We reached out to them, but they reject our help. It wasn't like they was abandoned or something like that. And we got to understand, every parent is not equipped to handle parenting. So we use this thing about They need a parent. They need a dad. No, they need quality parents. They need quality mothers, quality fathers. So it ain't just a big Band-Aid we put on there and say, this is what they need. They need quality people. And sometimes we don't have that because people are suffering from trauma themselves. So it's not a one thing fits all, because I hear that so far too long. We've been even thinking wrong, thinking that this is the case. Some parents don't even have homes themselves to even bring children into the world with homes. So it's gonna be reasons like that. It's gonna be reasons they ain't got their mindset right. But it's when once it get tight for you, oh, you willing to listen to everything in the world. And I tell you that, amen? Amen. But up until that point, you got all of the answers. I went to juvenile. I had the answers. My mama couldn't get me no more. And I cried for my mama, thinking I'm tough on the street. Once I got in juvenile and I was out of her control, oh, I could be controlled at that point. But up until that point, I'm havoc on the street. No matter how many people told me what was right, I wasn't trying to move right. I wanted to move in the light that I wanted to move in. Them are facts. You see what I'm saying? So we can say, you know, what's politically correct. Sometimes our parents are enablers to us too. They enable us to it. They help perpetuate the same thing that we do, because we say, oh, you just got to be loving and caring. No, you got to be strict. You got to be on top of them. That's where you got to watch the bend of their inclination. You got to set them right in their youth. Let no evil habits gain strength with their years. Not baby them all the time. Baby them is what keeps you. You got baby murderers right out here. And they cry to mama, and mama run and nourish them so they can be bigger killers. Now, let's talk about what the real deal is. That ain't gonna just solve. We need quality thing, and people ain't gonna get it until they ready to bow down. When you bow down to a power that's greater than yours, bow down to God, you willing to serve God, you willing to serve a power, you're gonna be powerless.
Okay, we're gonna get back to that question. We just let the brother come in and talk about it. So we're gonna go back to the question for the community just to ask they answer, and then we're gonna go along with the panel till we get to that topic again.
Well, the question was, do residents feel equally protected under the law? Why or why not? Is that the one you answered?
I'm one of the Joneses Miss Ivy's talking about. But I want to talk to all you brothers out here that been in prison, okay? Because see, you were just out of line just like anybody else. East side, west side, wherever you was from. KK and them, Charles Lewis and them, I grew up with them, okay? So when you tell me parents that don't take care of their children, I know people went to prison that was wrongfully convicted. How do you deal with that? Because the law is not governed for people like you and I. Black people have to understand that from the beginning, the Constitution was not written for us. The Constitution has a clause in there in the beginning to tell you if you commit a crime, you become a slave again. So you say the parents, but who taught those parents to teach those kids to be the way they are? See, we took the road together as mother and father. You let the white man come in and say, okay, if the man wants to stay in there, we're going to put him out and let you get the money. You let the government become your father, so your children didn't have a father to teach you the way you were supposed to go. So the government has never been in your corner. So when you speak on law, most of us didn't understand law until we went to prison. And when you came out with a spiritual belief that you can change things. But the children had already changed. He's right. The mamas done pacified because they didn't want to see their sons getting gunned down in the streets. So they sissified them, and they pampered them. You see? But now black men are coming home now saying, hey, we have to make a change. But the first change of ideology is what? Teaching. Teach your children law. You go in the back room right now, ask them people right back there, them young men and women, do they know anything about the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, your social rights, your human rights as a human being? Do they understand that? They young. I'm younger than a lot of y'all, but a lot of y'all ain't gonna be here 25, 30 years from now. You're gonna give a next generation of what you call functionally illiterate children. In the city of Detroit right now, we have a 46 to 48% rate in our children being functionally illiterate. The children cannot be illiterate if the parents ain't illiterate. People in my age group, we sit at the dining room table. And you learn, and your parents learned which one was going to be a mechanic and which one going to go to school and go farther. You see, we forgot the old ways of teaching our people what our station in this country is. When we rise up as one. It ain't no such thing as Moor, Melanic, Nation, Christian. When the white man come knock on your door, when he come in your neighborhood, he don't care if you got affairs. He don't care what you got on your head, in your mind. You can be the smartest person in the neighborhood. You still what? You understand? So if you want to know the law, you brothers and sisters that been there and understand the law verbatim, it's time y'all go out there and teach these kids the law. A good some of these young people need a good one. Okay? You know, they run around with pit bulls, no chains on, dogs running around biting other people, old people. It's our responsibility to step up and say, hey, young bro, where you going wrong. Come here, let me show you what they're going to do to you when you get to talking about, I know the law. I know my rights. And you can't even predict the right what you got. First off, you ain't got the right to even speak when you don't know the law. People are trying to tell us, because I was a young fool, I got the bullet holes, stab wounds, the years in, I got all of that. But I came out to say something different. I could have went right back on the southeast side, down off of Warren and Beawood, Mack and Beawood, and done the same thing, teasing blues to them to death. Okay? But what I want to see is, because I ain't going to be here forever. I got grandkids, kids, friends' kids. I don't want to keep going to people's funeral. Burying young people because he looked at me. He said something to me on Facebook. But you can't, what's the Bill of Rights? What is your right as a citizen? Do America accept you as a citizen? So when you talk about how the law treats you, you got a room full of people how the law treated them. They got brothers and sisters in the penitentiary right now that's in there. Listen, it's a guy like my son. He's in prison, no gun, no witnesses, cops on the Brady list, but he's doing 28 years already. You see what I mean? Because up here, he didn't have the law, but the law had him. This is what y'all got to understand. Help each other. When your brothers and sisters struggling, step in. If you see your brothers and sisters need a hand, step up and be the man and the woman that you're supposed to be. When this young lady asked us to come on her team and help her, yeah, come on. I want to see young people step up and take over these positions. What you think, Minister Bay gonna be the minister forever? No. Somebody has to delegate the next generation to step up and say, hey, look, you getting old, it's time for you to sit down and rest. You see, you can't keep preaching to the choir for the rest of your life. It's young people out here waiting for people to breathe on them. We got enough breath in here to knock down the whole country.
Yes. That's right.
Yes. I'm going to leave it to the rest of it.
And could y'all kind of keep it a little brief, get straight to the point, because we got 3 more things to get through, and I want to get to them.
Let me do this properly, right? For everybody over 43, I'm going to say elders cannot speak. For everybody under 43, I'm going to say youngsters cannot get your attention, right? Is the law equal when it comes to me? No. The law can never be equal when it comes to me when you have a constitution that's mandatory, meaning that if they violate your constitutional rights by law, according to the clause of the Constitution, they got to correct it immediately, right? But as long as you have people that's writing laws, not Constitution, they writing policies to take away what the Constitution is supposed to be, you ain't got no right. You would never have a right. When you got situations going on where you got, for example, the Great Writ, right? 2241. That's the Great Writ. right? But then you got 2255 and 22, the other one, right? They tell you you can't file a writ in the court. The great writ say you supposed to be able to bring your writ in at any time. Now we talk about law now. This is when you bringing petitions to the court saying, hey, listen, you violated my rights. How can I get fair treatment when you got policies that supersede my rights? See what I'm saying? And then when it comes to politicians, no disrespect to my loved ones up here, right? We need to start teaching our youth, one, if you can vote them in, you can vote them out. Because if people in there ain't serving your interests, they need to be out of office. I don't care where they sitting at. They could be sitting in the MDOC, in the board, because I did 20 years. I did 20 years for defending myself in my own home. And it was self-defense by law. And they gave me 20 years. 20 years. So how is the law equal to me? And when it comes to us building with each other, I feel like the main thing we lost was the initiation system. Why do I say that? Because in every community, everybody is responsible for everybody according to the African traditions. The 6-year-old teach the 5-year-old, the 8-year-old teach all the way up to the elders, all the way up to the grandparents. We lost that when we was conquered. They made us turn our kids over to an educational system that teaches how to be slaves. In life, we deal with only two things, man, truisms and promises. This is the reason why our youth out here right now. You tell your youngster, go get a job. He fill out 5 applications. He don't get the job. I can't stand on that. It ain't the truth to me. So when a drug dealer come to him and say, hey, listen, come roll for me, I'm gonna give you $500 at the end of the day, and you gonna get 30 off 100. Even if he don't make that $500, if he make $200, that's a truism. That's a truth that I can live by. It's a promise that I can stand on. This is why our youth so affected out here. This is why I was affected out here. And when we dealing with them, stop putting together curriculums. Because curriculums don't work. You can't put together this book right here, and it's so little, can't define what's going to change me as a man. You had to be, literally, you had to do this on a swivel. And like the brother said, listen, you have to understand, one, where you come from. We did the same thing, right? So now when we talk about mental health, we got to talk about psychology, hood psychology. But what I'm saying, it falls back into it because this all plays into how we stand and how we combat this situation. Because if you can't get in the youth head, you see what I'm saying? If you can't get in their head and teach them who they are and what their place is in the world, they can never combat the forces against them. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta, and it starts with the trauma that we went through. We gotta address that. Like, the government ain't got it. We got it, because we've been through it. And it ain't no book that's gonna get it. It's us in the field by, like, I'm gonna be able to hit him in some areas. You're gonna be able to touch him in another area. He gonna be able to touch him in another area. Stop thinking that just because I came up with a curriculum, all the other curriculums fail. You see what I'm saying? But this is how we get to the law. Because you ain't gonna get to the law, you ain't get to address the law or build your own entity until you understand who you is as a man, the knowledge of self. Now where I stand at in the law once I got knowledge of self. Now how do I touch my youth once I understand their trauma and the psychology behind it? This is a difference. I can diagnose you as being sick. And yeah, you need a cure. But what is the psychology behind it? You see what I'm saying? Now once I touch your psychology, I can tell you who you is. Now let's address this issue dealing with law. You see what I'm saying? Let's talk about these constitutional rights now. Let's talk about this universal rights. Because it's some universal rights going on out here too that we're supposed to be standing on. But as long as we don't know that, we can never be considered equal up under the law.
Right.
Hello, everybody. Let me say this. It's beautiful to be up here, to see all the beautiful peoples up here, to hear the things that is being spoken on. And I'm telling you, I'm on fire. You know, my spirit is on fire. I must tell you, this is a beautiful thing here, and I'm grateful that Brother Wilkie Zeal, he put this on Facebook, and for some reason, I have not really been to a lot of events like this. But something said, get all up out that hook and come on up here and see what's going on. And I'm here today. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is this, each one teach one. Each one of us have the ability to be able to teach, to be able to uplift someone. We all know what's going on in our communities. And where I live over here by Wyoming in Schoolcraft. And I can tell you, it's all type of stuff going on around there. I can tell you that it could be 15 below zero, and they're out there selling that kitty cat. It's wild out there. I'm just being straight up. But one thing about me, I'm not scared of the young peoples. I teach the young peoples. I got brothers, young brothers all up and down there. I talk to them. They see me with my fans on. You know what I'm saying? They say, oh yeah. See, I got elderlies up there. I go over there, cut their grass. I shovel their snow. So I'm the message that I bring. You have to be sincere in what you demonstrate. Boy, y'all don't know what I'm talking about. But I could go on and on. Like I said, it's truly a blessing, y'all. But like I said, once again, we all in this together. Love and peace, y'all. Peace.
That's it? All right. Moving right along, guys. We are still talking about protection of the law. Next question, where does accountability succeed and where does it fall short? Anybody want to take that? Because you got the mic. Anybody want to take? I will repeat. Commissioner got it? Okay.
Accountability starts with you.
Okay.
It starts within. It starts with the people like myself who stood up and said accountability, trustworthy, and truthfulness. If I cannot be accountable to what I say I'm going to do for my community, how do I expect my community to be accountable to itself? It takes strong leadership, the community first, and then me second. So each one of us have an accountability to change. And if we don't stand on our own accountability, one accountability is not going to get us there. It takes us all collectively to be accountable for what's going on in our communities, prospectively, wherever you live. And holding your elected officials accountable. I love my families when they come out to hold me accountable, when they call and say, hey, Commissioner, and I have to step, because trust me, stay on me. I welcome it because I get forgetful. I get caught up in a whole lot. But when you say, listen, this is important to me, I know it was important to you when you told me day one. And it's going to get done. I'm telling you, it's going to get done. I wouldn't say immediately, but I'm going to be accountable to what I promised you. And that starts with self.
All right. What safeguards exist to prevent abuse of power?
That's the Attorney General game. Go right ahead. No, go right ahead. No,
Okay, what was the question?
What safeguards exist to prevent abuse of power?
Well, the first thing is if you are going to entrust people with power, make sure you pick the right people. Mm-hmm. I mean, we oftentimes, I heard that name. I was running for office a few years ago, the same one I'm running for now. And somebody said to my wife, well, it would be helpful if he had been arrested or been in jail at least, because then people would know that he's real. Wait a minute. I'm running to be the Attorney General, and basically people, more people would know his name if he had been in jail.
Yeah, that's about right.
That's crazy. It's the same thing when we select people based on, in Detroit, Detroiters are famous for this. Well, he's run about 3-4 times. Maybe we ought to go ahead and give it to him now. That's crazy. So basically, the first thing is elect people that are going to be held accountable, and then make sure that you are on them to keep them accountable, just like the Joneses are on Ms. Ivy to keep her accountable.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you said something about being arrested. That's good. Accountability, yeah. People know you real in the field then. And you done got what? You get arrested for protesting. You get arrested for not going along with the status quo. There ain't that much you had to actually commit a felony or crime or something like that. But you ain't gonna fold up. You're gonna stand up. So people want to know they got some stand up people that ain't gonna fold up when the going gets tough. When the ice show up, they ain't gonna get cold. So here it is. You want the people that's gonna stand up like you would stand up. Why? Because they standing in place of you. So that, sometimes you might, Martin Luther King had a dream. He got hit upside the head a couple times, got some knots on his head, and people knew that he was really dreaming about what he was talking about. So we got people that's got to be about that action today. Take a couple whoopings, you go to jail and get put in there, and say, oh, he deserved that. He done got whooped for the people. You don't get whooped for yourself. You get whooped based upon what you're trying to do for other people. So that's accountability clause right there, and how you gonna hold them to that is you're gonna be right there, just like we see when them sticks come out and them dogs come. You're gonna watch your leaders. Let me see what he gonna do now.
Community engagement. What causes residents to feel disconnected from decision making?
That's another question we can pose
For the
to
audience.
But
Yep.
if you answer that question, we don't want to hold long demonstrations. So ask that question. And if we got a couple of people in the audience that want to address it, we're going to address it. Ask it again.
What causes residents to feel disconnected from decision making?
Come on up, bro. Come on up. There go the microphone right there. We're going to pass it to you where you got to go. Try to get it out shortly so we can get
Real quick, I have a mentoring program. I've approached and I've passed out some flyers. I've asked multiple times to assist. I've been booked 109 times myself. I've been shot 9 times. So I spent my time. I've got 25 years in recovery. So as a nonprofit, I asked to be of assistance. I'm going into Mumford High School on Monday. I have several high schools that I work with on assisting youth, at-risk youth. I do presentations for my daughters and other young ladies on becoming your own total package.
Okay.
You might want a man, but you don't need one.
Okay.
And how to identify the predator. So I passed out my information. If you have somebody you like to use me. Miss Rebecca, we're doing some things. We're going up to the prison on the 26th. But I'm usable if you need me.
Anybody want to add on to that question before we move on?
I want to be added to your list of talking to the youth. Repeat that question again, please.
What causes residents to feel disconnected from decision making
Not knowing
as it
the
relates
law.
to community
Not knowing
engagement?
the law. I'm gonna get straight to the point. I'm gonna straight to the point. I don't feel protected because of what you said, security, lack of knowledge, fear. Because if I go to her in the courthouse, 36 Dixon, wherever it is, I'm babbling. Even though I know some of the law, I'm unsure of the law. So that's what makes you illiterate to the law, because you don't accept the law for what it is because you don't know the law. See, so it's confusing. And by being confusing, it puts you in a state to where don't nobody care. They gave up. Even though you even got 3/10 of the law in the process, you already done gave up. So we take a cop out of fear. See, and that fear got me in a situation where everything that y'all spoke on this panel, I'm in it. I got a warrant for my arrest in 2 different counties. Same thing he said, Facebook, somebody talking snow.
Don't say that too loud, brother. You don't know that. Y'all don't listen. I'm on live. You might they'll come in and get you.
That's live as you can get.
Yeah.
My name Tracy Boone.
Okay.
The situation is what you asked.
Yes.
Illiteracy to the law.
Yeah.
Not knowing. See, I don't shame the devil. The people I saw, they was the devil. So what you call the police? That's the problem. Anytime you could be a cause and effect, what is the cause? It don't matter what the cause is. You have to have a reaction to the cause and the effect in the moment. But if you don't know the law in the moment, you suspect.
All right.
That suspect gets you caught up. Because if I can come to this meeting here, bring my children, what is the point? Because they're not in the same thing I was into. So the aspiration is different. It's not the same with them jumping off the porch, in a sense. So we got to answer that question to who it fit. Like she say, you responsible for your own community. In other words, if you don't be part and parcel to the community, how can you have a say-so in it?
All right.
That's the same thing with the law. We don't feel like we're part of the law because we don't have no say-so in it. And then as we get older, we find out we did have a say-so in it. See? And that's the gap. It's not about him running around, acting a fool, none of that. It's about the education. How can I answer that question if I ain't never picked up a 1983 form? I never tried to write it myself. Failed in that appeal. But that's the gap. See, people don't realize that him, her, and him got the power. In the educational thing, it's the parents who's supposed to tell legislation what to teach the children. This has been lawful for years, but nobody look. They overlook it.
All right. Let's pass it on to that brother behind you. Got a couple seconds for Sandman. Come get you.
Yes, I'm gonna be brief. My name is Blake Lindsay. I am CEO of No Excuses Initiative and also chairman of Power to People First. I know we're on the time limit, so okay, I'm gonna keep it brief. The question was the disconnect. Well, me, I'm actively in the community dealing with many organizations from neighborhood watches and things of that nature. What I have seen is that it's the message. You get what I'm saying? You got older individuals trying to teach younger individuals, and it's a disconnect there. There's no accountability on both ends from the older individuals trying to teach the younger guys and women, or the young people trying to influence or have that voice for the older individuals who are trying to gatekeep. Really, I'm coming here to do that disruption. I'm kind of in the middle ground at being 35, and I'm kind of actually be here to make those things change. That was it.
All right. The young lady behind you. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
What causes residents to feel disconnected from decision making?
I'll say it's communication, reach. I'm a vet. So
Okay.
I left
Thank you for your
Michigan when I
service.
was a teenager, and I came back as an adult.
Okay.
And then I got real ill, and I spent 45 days in the hospital where I was in a coma. And I had to learn how to walk all over again. There were no resources for me. Nobody came, no advocates, nobody, nothing.
Even as a vet? Oh, fix it, Jesus.
So I almost lost my house. I lost my car. So there was nothing there for me. When my kids started Head Start, that was my community. They had resources that was in my community that I did not even know about. Detroit has so many resources for everything, but the reach.
Yeah.
Who is it getting to? How is it getting there?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And how to let people know about it. It's not
So when it's decision making, how do we know it's a decision being made? Because there's a lot of people that run for a lot of office, and we only see them when they want to kiss hands and kiss foreheads, when they want to pass out things when it's election time. When do we see them when it's not? So you don't tell us about the important things where we can step in and be a part of it. You tell us about the mediocre things because you think our community only deserves free food or music. No, we deserve to know the community we live in and what can it offer for us.
Amen.
I've been in my house for 19 years. I'm 40 years old.
Okay.
I've been in my house for 19 years. I'm in District 7.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's been people in that position before Fred. But he's the only person that I know. So when he took that leap of faith to run for mayor, I voted for him. Because he was the only person I knew. Like all these other candidates, people knew them and all the things they accomplished. I didn't know them. They didn't reach my community. He did. And I feel like he was overshadowed because of social media. It was the battle between these two candidates that they forgot it was 9 other people that was in this community that was doing something, that had a voice. So when new people in my district ran, I didn't know them either. But you know, when you don't know somebody, I have to do research. So because he's not in that position anymore, let me do research on the 2 people. So I still don't know if what they're saying is gonna benefit me and my family. So I have to use better judgment. And I tell people all the time, when I look at your flyer, that's how I vote for you. And people are like, well, the flyer is just, you know, it's a battle. No, it's the truth, because if you're running against someone and everything that you're saying about the other person is XXXX, I don't trust you. Because there's no way that somebody that's running for a position you're running for has all X's. It should be some type of ground between both of y'all to run for this position. So if you can't praise them and say this person is doing this great and they doing that great and we and I can do this, and then if everything is a negative and you're not showing anything positive, I can't trust anything that you're saying.
All right.
Because you haven't brought light into this person is a good person that could be in this position, but I have better things to offer for my community.
All right. Thank you, sister. If you can get it past the mic to them, I appreciate you. Thank you. Next question, guys. We're trying to wrap it up. I know it's been a long day. We're trying to wrap it up. Thank you guys for your patience, and everybody that's on the panel and everybody in the audience that's been contributing. We appreciate you. Next question. How can leadership create spaces that truly listen?
Meeting people where they are.
All right. Hello.
Bringing the table to them and allowing them to sit and open up and be able to trust that this is for us. But number one, meeting people where they are. That's it right there.
All right.
Meeting you where you are, your backyard, your dinner table, barber shops, hair shops, coffee shops, front porch. Little hint, I'm doing some front porch stuff this summer. I'm inviting the community to me. And I'm welcome all questions, because that's how you build the relationship. It's not about what I want to give you, about what I need to give you. You need to tell me what it is.
Anybody else want to piggyback off that?
Yeah, I do want to piggyback off of that. Thank
All
you.
right.
You're exactly right. Meeting people where they are, but also listening to the voice of people. I think sometimes us as leaders, love to let people see how much we know. But I'm a former professor, right? And I learned everything from my students. I had the information, I had the curriculum, but I learned most by listening to the voice of the people, listening to the voice of my students. And then I could go back and say, okay, this is how I need to revise my strategy. Because what I'm doing now is something that I feel like that they need. But now that I've heard the voice of people, and you're right, that's the best way to build those relationships. But now that I've heard the voice of people, I can go back and say, let me try to figure out how I can make sure that I know that they know that I am listening to the needs of the community.
Did anybody else want to chime in on that? Okay.
Just picking up where she left off, creating opportunities for conversations. A lot of times we are just presenting information, giving information, allowing that time for an actual conversation to go forward. That way we can get the information to see what they really need and not just give people what we want.
Exactly. How do we move from attendance to active ownership? You can go and he had a okay.
Yeah. It's important to listen to understand. Too often we listen while we're coming up with a response. So listen to understand rather than listening to respond.
Okay.
Yep, that's good.
Well, the next question was, how do we move from attendance to active ownership? Okay.
Coalitions, of course. Boots on the ground, man. You got to be out there.
Yes.
You have to be present. If you're not, you can't actually understand the needs of the community from behind a computer desk. So the more you're in the community, the more you'll be able to assist.
All right. And y'all, we're moving right along. We only got 2 more topics to go. The next one, financial advancement. First question, What systematic barriers limit economic mobility in our community?
Laziness.
Okay. Anybody want to chime in?
I would say for, misunderstanding on how money works, miscommunication, financial illiteracy is the number one thing in our communities. Spending habits, it's bad spending habits. I had to teach myself you can't spend everything you get. And my grandparents used to always teach us, but we didn't listen. We were young. Grandma, we ain't y'all. We want to spend our money. But what I found as I got older is leave it in the bank, leave it in the jar, put it in an envelope, stick it in your purse. It doesn't matter. But we have to learn how to manage our money.
Yeah.
And we need to learn how to invest what we have and not spend everything we got.
Because I ain't going to tell you, but it was a long line at Snipes today. They say new shoes drop every Saturday. Yeah. I was not aware, okay? And it's raining outside. One brother was going to his car with his bag of shoes and a chair. So he had a chair sitting outside before the store opened. So when somebody mentioned something about, finances and us spending our money and how could we be broke and we spend so much money and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I seen it firsthand this morning. And my son said it's like that every Saturday. Every Saturday it's a line outside to get a pair of Jordans. He drop a new color every. I said, I don't know, Michael. I don't know.
That's an investment.
Yeah.
It's an investment in Michael Jordan.
Okay.
It ain't new pair of shoes is not an investment. A new car is not an investment because as soon as you drive it off the lot, it's depreciated.
Yep.
So, we have to start putting values on the things that are investments into us. Education is an investment. A home is an investment. Stop trying to impress the Joneses.
You can pass it down to the gentleman. Pass the mic down to the gentleman.
At the end of this,
what's his name? G4. All right.
G4.
All right, brother. I got you. G4.
Thank you so much.
List.
Thank you. I talked about the purchasing power.
Yeah.
I think, and I said it was 1.998 trillion. That's like 2 million if you know your math. You round them numbers off. So it's really 2 trillion. But the problem with us is the fact that we have all this money, but we poor. But the thing about it is that our money only goes around in our community just one time. And then it goes out. Okay, so, and I talked about the Arabs and everybody that's doing business in our city and then going out with the money. Well, they taking that money out and it's only going around one time. From my pockets to this, we consumers. So we just spending our money, and we're spending it without a purpose, without investment. We're not building institutions, which we need to build.
Yes.
We need to build institutions because that's where the greatest injustice is. It's in the institution. And it's structural. So how do we as leaders come together and fight against this injustice? Because our real leadership and the challenges to our real leadership, it is not racism, discrimination. Even this topic is not that. It is hopelessness, meaninglessness, and lovelessness. And when you look at those three paralyzes us in our communities. Because a person who have no hope, and Jesse Jackson, he the man of hope. Keep hope alive, keep hope alive. But a man with no hope, and this is why he says that, a man with no hope, a man with no love, a man with no meaning, that breeds a cold-hearted, mean-spirited individual, not only destroys me or you, the entire community. And that's what we have in our community. And this is what you have with this gun violence. It's hate. And we have to learn how to love.
And brother, what's your name one more time before you pass the mic?
What'd she say?
G4.
Oh,
Okay,
As
I
in
got you.
George Ford.
All
F-O-R-D.
right. Next question.
Okay.
How do we better support local entrepreneurs and small businesses? Spend more money with them.
Making sure the people that's in control of the money give us access to the money. This is something that I've been looking at when I'm looking at how our city government in Flint is spending money. A lot of the same organizations, nonprofit organizations and others are the one who keeps getting the money. So what I'm wanting to know now is really what's happening to the money. What actual programs or resources are given to the actual people who live there in those communities? So if we stop focus on giving monies to these large institutions that keep getting the same dollars over and over and focus on the entrepreneur that's in the community that's doing the work but just needs more funding, making that shift from corporations back to entrepreneurs and community. First, we got to give them access. Bringing them in on government contracts. I mean, there are contracts out there you can bid on a quote. We just don't do it because we don't know about it. Well, we got to step up and do our own research.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Quit waiting for people to give us handouts and opportunities. We got to make our own way.
Yeah.
So when we make our own way, we start knocking on these doors and start knocking these doors open. That's going to open up room for more people to know, because I'm the type, when I learn something, I'll share it with everybody else. That's part of the reason why I do stuff on my Facebook is to share it with everybody else. So making sure that we have the opportunity for access, making sure we're at the table to get the access, and sharing the information. If it's not meant for me, it's meant for somebody in my community.
Yes.
Somebody can use this information.
All right. Anybody want to add before?
You know, I want to do this right quick. I see all these beautiful babies in the back.
Yes.
And when I look at that, I look at the future of this of us.
Yes.
Teach them. Let's start with that. Let's teach them what money means and how to spend it, how to save it, and how to invest it, and how to recycle it back into their community, because this is their time.
Oh, yeah.
Those are coming. They're coming up behind the alphas, and they may be the alpha generation. But you got the Gen Z, you got the millennials, you got the new millennials, you got us, the Gen Xers. You know, we still have a lot to teach them, but in teaching that, we circulate that to those babies in the back, to that beautiful mother back there with them, to that whole family. Teach them so they can teach them, and this is how we begin to build the pyramid of wealth in our communities.
And that's going to lead us into the last question for the financial part, and that is, what does generational wealth look like?
Building. Building. Black Wall Street, Rosewood. We got to bring back, I think those things that happened to Black people and those movers and shakers, that fear that was struck in them through the atrocities that happened, it stuck us.
Yeah.
And it caused us to have such a fear that we just didn't want to move like that no more. But baby, let me tell you something. It's a new day.
Oh, yeah.
It's a new day.
Oh, yeah.
Our young people are ready. They on fire. They want to get it done, and we have to let them get it done. And we have to express to them the Wall Street. We were not always slaves. I want to uplift that it's not a bad thing that we had to endure that, but that wasn't the only thing we endured. So when we're teaching our babies, when we're teaching these young people, that brother with the 313 hat, this brother with the red cap, that sister over there with those beautiful dreads, we have to teach. Teach one. Reach one. And that's how you do it. But we got to start with that baby. Those babies are our foundation. If we don't put it in them, we're lost.
That's right. That's right. Now, this is the last topic for this evening.
Let me say this again.
What's your name?
My name is Charles Brandy Wine Bay.
Okay.
Would you drink brandy and wine? Brandy Wine Bay. And the reality is this: no one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. And again, I was gone myself for 25 straight years. I've been home now for 16 years. And I can tell you, God has truly blessed me. I have, as right now, doing many things, but I also work at a full-time employee for a motor company. And I have, as I told y'all before, many brothers and sisters in the community, whether they doing whatever they doing, or school club, whatever, they always get their hands out. Can you help me out $1, $2, whatnot? And I ask them questions. Are you looking for a job? Do you not know I have got many people into the plant and they were going in for maybe a month and they quit? So the reality is this: we can't save everybody. Some people ain't trying to be saved. And for those ones who tried, then that's the one you reach out to. But there's no way I'm going to be stressed out. I'm going to be in the graveyard trying to help someone else who ain't trying to help themselves. That's what it is. You see all these blessed peoples up here. Many of them could have, I don't want to do this, but they out here trying to do it. We all out here trying to do it. I said again, each one of us up in here have the means to uplift someone. We all have them because we all somebody. But ain't nobody coming to save us.
All right. The next topic is criminal justice reform. First question: how can returning citizens be welcomed back with dignity?
First thing is to recognize that they've been away, they've been in the prison system, but they are not of the prison system. I mean, just things like, he's by calling people convicted felons. Instead of they did their time, it's time for them to move on. It's time for us to move on. But that label sticks on them, and it makes it hard to get employment, makes it hard to get a place to live. It makes it really difficult, and I reject that label. And really, my friends who in Nation Outside are referred to more often as those who've been inside as opposed to convicted felon. And we'd like to make sure that label is removed from employment applications. So that's one thing.
Okay. Next question. What alternatives to incarceration should be expanded?
Well, if you've studied different systems around the world and having lived in different countries, surprisingly, one of the best systems is actually in Germany, where there is a recognition that it's about rehabilitation as opposed to punishment, even to the point that they actually let people go home for a time to actually get acclimated and not become prison-minded, but recognize that they are going to go back into society at some point. We have, for years, been unable to decide, is it a punishment regimen or is it a rehabilitation regimen? And when they call these correctional facilities, that's a lie. Ain't nothing correctional about that. It's crazy. So we have to make a basic decision. Correction or rehabilitation or punishment. And from my view, from the people that I know who are inside, it's punishment and control.
What reduces recidivism? Oh, somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Wardlaw, I've got to go. I've got another event to
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Noakes. We appreciate your time. Everybody clap it up for Mr. Noakes. Appreciate you. Did anybody else want to add on before I move to the next question? Okay, I would love for you to come on the show. Motor City Radio, guys, if you want to be a guest on my show every Friday at 7 p.m., look me up on YouTube.
I want to finish this off
Shameless
with
plug.
a question. I'm sorry. Just to add into what can we do to help returning citizens. I'm going to do my part.
Okay.
I was in a ride share this morning with a young lady. We just was chopping it up and had a really good conversation. And so I told her, she gave me her information. I said, I'm going to a meeting today. I will definitely make sure people know that you're back.
Okay.
That you're progressing, you're making a difference. And so her name is Miss Danny Jones.
Okay, Danielle.
All the Joneses are in the house tonight.
Right.
And she has a Groomed and Ground Foundation now accepting applications for gently used donations. She want to collect clothing, shoes to support individuals transitioning from prison back into society.
Okay.
Their mission is to make the transition smoother by providing essential items that restore confidence, dignity, and opportunity. So I'm going to leave this here.
Okay.
And I want you guys to make sure that she circulates. And that's how you help that's how you started. You take those that came back and turned their lives around and want to continue and spread their information and spread the love to them so they can continue to feel dignified in where they are now.
All right.
Right quick, I got a caller that called in on this particular topic, and I'm gonna play it was recorded. So let me play the recording, and then I'll let you get to it.
Standing before you today is Thomas Lamar Walker Bay. I'm currently doing 35 to 60 years. I currently reside at Thumb Correctional Facility. I'm here today to talk to you all about what is the system failing where is the system failing concerning rehabilitation and healing. The programs or classes that are available for us as rehabilitation is concerned are only available when you're close to your ERD. Getting the job is not rehabilitation because inmates have work jobs, with some even have successful careers in society and along with permanent positions. Yet a crime was still committed. The MDOC does not care to rehabilitate because it does not fit into their bottom line, which is finance. Then comes public safety, where corporation is going to do whatever it takes to bring about the demise of their business. And that's a question. And my answer to that is none. In order to have an MDOC, you have to have bodies. This agenda of incarceration has been pushed to the forefront since the abolishment of slavery in 1865. After the 13th Amendment, you were incarcerated for not having a job. In order to avoid incarceration, you had to work at a plantation and receive what is still known today as slave wages, or in many instances, no wage at all. Rehabilitation starts from within, based around self-motivation, to think and start moving according to what is right and doing away with what we full well know is wrong. Healing is non-existent where the MDOC is concerned. Means to heal is offered by inmates through classes in which we're allowed to initiate, or through outside volunteers who wish to see one's return to society, having had some type of education concerning our mental state. Psych evaluations are only available close to your release date, when the parole board recommends you see one so they can evaluate you. Not once before or during this period of incarceration have I or any inmate been evaluated and told what we need to work on in order to better ourselves. No parole board members during the time of incarceration ever call inmates out to conduct an evaluation, especially inmates like myself who are serving long indeterminate sentences. Just like rehabilitation, healing has to be done via self. The next question was, what reduces recidivism most effectively? And my staunch answer was trade schools, meaning the demolition and closing of schools in predominantly Asiatic communities has reintroduced us to the cram effect, which essentially is sardines in a can. Class sizes have doubled, yet the one teacher is asked to do this job in which it is known it will take a few to do. Now you have a teacher teaching with one hand tied behind his or her back. Remember, trade schools were removed first, and then the schools. Now you have to replace that with that which should have never been taken in order to begin to tackle recidivism. Parents can help reduce recidivism most effectively. Community involvement, which entails better environments for our Asiatic children to grow up in, which breeds true safety and crime prevention methods that produce immediate results. Start in certain sectors, then work our way to other neighborhoods. This means after-school programs, rec centers, and what I refer to as open houses. Reintroduce it takes a village to raise a child mentality, an ancient system of growth, because most children have never been privy. These things address question number 3 as well. But we have to address the needs of ones who learn well from the books and those who learn best from the hands-on methods. How can returning citizens be welcomed back with dignity. I say reestablish their full rights as citizens. Don't ask a person to be a citizen, yet be treated as he is still incarcerated. In most states or instances upon release, you are stripped of your Second and 14th Amendment, yet you are told to do or be like those with those rights. Yet you pay taxes, but so what? Yeah, you paid your debt to society, but so what? Yeah, you changed for the better, but so what? The majority of people who return to society and have put in the work to make themselves better citizens conduct themselves in most instances better than ones who are in the society they are returning to. I say remove the unnecessary hindrances and obstacles and allow ones to flourish, especially in the full capacity they have developed. There is no period when one knows he is capable of growing or growth.
All right, thank you, bro.
All right, guys. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. He answered that was the last segment.
Yeah.
So if anybody did want to add on to.
Well, to add on, you mentioned about what we can do instead of incarceration, restorative justice. The restorative justice model affected my life 25 years ago. Facing the judge for the last time, they gave me a lot of volunteer work in the recovery community. Now I've been president of 5 corporations now, not knowing that the state of Michigan was able to fund my starting up of 5 businesses because of my diagnosed mental illness and my traumas through troubles through incarceration. The state of Michigan paid to fund the operations of 5 businesses for me now. So a lot of times there are resources that we're not taking advantage of. Anyone that has ever been incarcerated qualifies for trauma care.
Wow.
So you go to receive services for mental health, substance use, or whatever, you immediately can request assistance from the state of Michigan, register as a sole proprietor, get your EIN number, and the state of Michigan is obligated to help you start your business and fund it. So there's resources, and it's what I do for a living.
Okay.
So I'd love to be on your show.
Oh, and I got to have you on it.
There you go.
So, did anybody else want to add on before we close
I
out?
just want to uplift again. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, for coming out representing the community for incarcerated children. Your story is meaningful, impactful, and I want to again thank you. And we will be connecting more. Just give me a little bit of time, accolade myself on all this great stuff that's going on in District 1, and just say thank you again for showing up today. And thank you all for showing up today.
Yeah, give a hand.
Salutations to everyone. My name is Victor K. Boone Bay. Man, a lot was shared today. The thing of it is this here, I got tired of being turned down on jobs.
Okay.
When I got a job and everything else, I was working for Blue Star for about 1.5 years. Saved my money. See, I believe in paying myself. And when I pay myself, I put money in a way that I don't even touch no matter what it is, the situation. So that way I can do what I need to do. So I took my monies and established my own businesses.
Okay.
So I got a home improvement business and lawn care and snow removal.
I do painting and drywall. I just want to throw that out there.
Praise God.
Let me go shoot my shot, baby.
And it's all about building generational wealth.
That's right.
So I teach my children, my grandchildren, entrepreneurship.
That's right.
All my children are successful, running their own clothing lines, writing books and movies for Tubi and different things of that nature there.
Okay.
Praise Allah for that. I never punch a clock for a European again.
Okay. Okay.
So my thing is this here. I'm going to continue to be a pillar in this community that I helped tear down. See, when I went to prison in 1980, it took you about 5 to 10 years for the numbers to transcend to higher rates. Now they flipping over like dominoes. And it's $1 billion industry now.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is this here. You have to change your mindset.
Yeah.
See, I don't even use the word try in my vocabulary I don't even let my children, my grandchildren, use the word try in their vocabulary. Because either you're going to do something or you're not.
That's right.
See,
That's
and
right.
my determination is I have to be able to leave something for my children and their children to have, because for the simple fact, nobody going to give us nothing.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And ones that you think that's going to help you along the way out here, you know what I'm saying? They got alternative motives. So what you got to do is, the resources is out here. Just take advantage of them.
Yeah.
But use them wisely.
Yes.
Don't be selfish. You know what I'm saying? And let's come together, learn to love one another, and respect one another, and let's get the work done, because the work only going to get done by those who going to do the work. And I believe in having a voice. See, when you ain't got no voice on nothing, you're not going to do nothing. Because you can have people you can put in office here, there, and everywhere, but once they get there, they ain't got your best interests at heart. It's all about that dollar to them.
That's right.
And like someone said, you should be able to vote them people up out of there. You understand what I'm saying? Because I spent over $100,000 fighting to get my freedom. You understand what I'm saying? Because I had attorneys talk about, oh, I got you, don't worry about it, I can get you out of here. You understand what I'm saying? But I got myself out because I got in a law library. You understand what I'm saying? But the thing of it is you have to be consistent. You got to be dedicated. You got to be faithful to something. You know, and continue to let your spirit guide you accordingly to what you need to do, because without God, you can't do nothing no way.
All right.
If you ain't a man of God or woman of God, you ain't gonna get nothing done, because you're not gonna have that urge and that desire to better yourself in your conditions. And I ain't never going back to penitentiary ever again in life.
That's
no
right.
situation. And I
Don't
tell
go,
my
brother.
son and my mellow man that I'm fighting to get up out of here now. You understand what I'm saying? When y'all two come home, I'm putting a block on my phone, because I'm tired of prison calls. I want to be done and rid of prison.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? I ain't leaving nobody behind, because last year I spent over $60,000 looking out for them guys in the penitentiary. I ain't boasting or bragging or nothing, but when I sit back and I count that back, I say, damn, I can't even get none of that back. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's just a blessing that I receive that I give back, because
And that you're
everybody
even in the
this
position to do it. So.
you know, so God bless me, so I bless those that I can help as well.
All right.
Islam, Asi Salah, Islam alaikum, and praise the Lord. I'm Charles Diggs Sr.'s grandson.
Okay.
And the sister here is from Flint. I'm Bishop Bernadette Jefferson and Lakeman Jefferson's brother. And so, you know, they boots on the ground up there about the water situation. Well, let me touch on the water situation. When?
Yesterday.
Oh, sorry for your loss.
I thought you knew.
Oh, goodness.
Bishop Jefferson, Bernadette Jefferson, she's a
No.
lady in our community. Her husband.
We started the water thing in 2016.
Yep.
When I come home on appeal bond, and my brother Junior said the water is contaminated with 3 different parasites in it. And so I filed OCR with the Justice Department down in D.C. Like Brother Boone Bay was saying, is that, well, I went to prison, and you know, I didn't know how to really read. But I read the Holy Koran, the Circle Assembly, the More Science Temple of America, and probably say about something that you can't tell, but it'll tear you up. And he said, you don't believe I'm a prophet, just listen to my prophecy. And me and Brother Ford, all of us go back, all of us brothers right here, all of us, okay? And we're boots on the ground. We took care of each other. You come from the west side took care of you. When you get to the east side took care. I'm from Inkster, okay? And we took care of each other. But we get in the street, we want to kill each other. Let me know how that work out. Okay, I'm also running for 13th district Congress.
Okay.
If Trump can do it, anybody can run the same thing. He still got 360 felonies, huh? But see, I started this. I'm the founder of the Coalition of Civil Rights of Michigan. Look me up.
Okay.
I've been boots on the ground. Mary said she was coming. I said, let's roll out. My granddad started boots on the ground back in the 30s, okay? When he came up with the House of Diggs. But right now, I'm gonna switch channel because I was supposed to be in Chicago yesterday. I was invited to BIP to the Honorable Reverend Jesse Jackson. If it wasn't for Jesse, I wouldn't be here right now. They'd kill me in IMAX. I was eating feces and urine for 6 months. Cause you know what I'm talking about, brother Ford. They cut my water off. And then you know more, and wouldn't feed me. And if it wasn't for Jesse Jackson and his SAM project, I wouldn't be standing here right now. So I got the case. So when I come home, he invited me to the Whitney. I got to the Whitney, and guess who was in there? Dick Gregory. Oh, Lord. Dick Gregory. We in trouble. Man, we laughed for 2 hours. We never got a chance to eat nothing. I said, well, I gotta go. And so the next time I see him was, okay, I'm gonna end real quick, was that the Honorable John Conyers homegoing. Pastor Mo was holding the door that way, and I was holding the door this way. And here comes, long and behold, Jesse Jackson. He looked at me and said, Cam, where your mama at? Because my mama's secretary used to have 38 years child Jesus' daughter. He said, Cam, I want a piece of chicken. Hey, look, it's gonna be all right. We here. We gotta stay in touch together and let's get busy in our neighborhoods. Okay? Stop playing. Everybody with that courage lip service. Okay? We the law. Peace, y'all. Love y'all so much.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We are going to wrap it up. I'm quite sure Brother Dion is going to have some words, but I just want to give a special thank you to the panel and the speakers that came out. We had Minister Fuqua Bay. We had Rebecca Limbaugh. We had Public Safety Commissioner Ivy. We had Cortez X in the house. We had G4 in the house. We had Brandy Wine in the house, and everybody else that contributed and stood up. I didn't say your name. I'm so sorry. It missed me, but thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you, Dion Riggins, for setting up another beautiful event. I appreciate being a part of it. Thank you guys for having me as the moderator for the 3rd time.
And you did a beautiful job.
Thank you.
Right quick, we got the brother Edward Hicks Hill, that's part of Pops First. He's also the president of NLA Chapter 1013. Brother, could you give us some closing remarks to the program and enlighten us with anything else you want to enlighten us with?
I didn't catch anything you said with the last part. What did you say more?
I just introduced you as the president of Chapter 1013 NLA, as well as a participant as a member of Pops First, and we closing out the town hall. So is there anything else you want to add to the town hall coming from where you at?
Oh, I just want to thank everyone for showing up. I also want to encourage y'all to make sure y'all exercise y'all right to vote in a collective manner on everything in which went on in the town hall. Continue to unify. Don't let your voice be silent. Make sure it's heard. Understand that your vote does matter. Utilize it as a collective. And that's basically it.
All is well. So with that being said, I appreciate everybody that came out today. And continue to support the people that you are engaged with so far as getting together to vote for, because like the brother said, ain't nobody coming to save us. So we got to come together and save ourselves. And the way we do that is come together collectively. You know, teach our youth, teach the community. You know, like a lot of things that we spoke about today really touched a nerve in me, because You don't have to be scared to go talk to somebody. You don't have to be afraid to go up to talk to somebody. You know, every block has somebody on that block that respect that person. So those people that's on that block that got that respect from that person need to step up and get the people to the communities and bring them to town hall meetings like this so they can be affiliated and know what's going on within the community. And I thank y'all once again. Peace. Oh, right quick, we're gonna have the brother come up and play a little tune for us, man. I wanna hear some of that anyway.
Everybody be safe out here.
Oh man, appreciate y'all. Thank you. I see the little humans back there.
Oh, yeah. Come up front and do it.
All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. Before you all exit, just going to play the Black National Anthem. It's fortunate that we have one, but it's unfortunate that we all don't know it, don't know the lyrics. And that goes back to us learning our history. If we don't know our history, our life will be a mystery. And we'll just continue to be walking around doing the same thing we've been doing for the last 400 some years. Thank you. God bless y'all. God bless y'all.